Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hello. It's amazing. Thank you very much. Welcome to the first World Gastronomy Summit organized by IGCAT, International Institute of Gastronomy, Culture, Arts and Tourism, and hosted by the government of Catalonia. My name is Noor. I'll be with you all day. I'm so sorry. My English is the best, but it's the most passionate, believe me. Because once I learned the most important thing in life is not to be perfect. The most important thing in life is to be brave. And then I am a winner in that. Okay? Much. It is a great honor to welcome you today to the historic Palau de Pedralbes, gathering here visionaries, chefs, and producers, educators, policymakers, cultural leaders, entrepreneurs, and experts in gastronomy from across the world, as you can see. Saudi Arabia, no? Don't you? Okay. Wait a moment, I'm losing. All united by the belief that food is not only nourishment, but culture, heritage, and identity. Do you agree? Yes. It's amazing. It could happen in my house, but never. Today marks the beginning of the new chapter with very first World Gastronomy Summit, where gastronomy is not only celebrated, but recognized as a vital force for sustainable development, for creativity, and for the preservation of our diverse cultural identities. And now, to officially open the summit, I am delighted to welcome to the stage Dr. Diane Dodd, President of IGCAT and founder and Executive Director of the World Regions of Gastronomy Award. Come on, Diane, please. Big applause. Of course you deserve.
Wow. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, friends, a massive thank you to all of you for being here, for being so generous, for being present, for traveling across the globe, some of you, to be here and to share your knowledge. This is a dream come true for me, in fact, because IGCAT's key message has always been that we can only address a broken food system if we have intersectorial dialogue, and if we can learn from one another's best practices from across the globe, I know that we will make a difference. Today would not have been possible without the generous support and trust placed in IGCAT from the Government of Catalonia. Apreciat Secretari General, m'agradaria donar mis més profunda gratitud a la Generalitat de Catalunya per la seva generositat i la confiança en IGCAT. Before we start, I would like to ask you all, do we settle for the world as it is? Indeed, are you happy with the way food is shared, distributed, and consumed in the world today? Or do we work for a world food system and supply as it should be? And if so, what is that should be? What is it for you? I'd like to ask each and every one of you to just close your eyes a moment. Just close your eyes. And I'd like you to imagine a world of good, clean, healthy food available to everyone. I would like you to imagine a reawakening of biodiversity on our planet. I would like you to think about preparing and cooking food with your loved ones. I would like you to imagine supermarkets lined full of locally sourced foods and innovative and local and healthy beverages. I would like you to imagine young people fishing, herding goats, making cheese. I would like you to imagine good, clean, healthy forests and picking berries or mushrooms to eat at home. I'd like you to remember the aromas filtering from the kitchen as the pot slowly boils for the food that you will be nourished with. I would like you to remember the joy of cooking sausages on an open fire and to remember the sizzling and the conviviality of being with your friends. Or in Catalonia, eating calçots. Okay, you can open your eyes. We are here today because all of us remember this as a reality from our childhood or aspects of that. Some of us are lucky enough to still live it today. Most of us live it rarely. We are losing our food knowledge at vaster rates than we are losing species on the planet. For our hopes and dreams to reach everyone, some things will need to change. And if our World Regions of Gastronomy platform, together with all the prominent global networks that have been so kind and generous to be here with us today, if we do not lead that change, I ask you, who will? I'd like to thank on that note Slow Food, the Food Capitals of Delice Network, Crop Trust, Regenerative Vanua, the Creative Tourism Network, and the Future Food Institute for being with us and sharing their knowledge and coming together to be a much stronger force together. We also know that to have real, meaningful societal change requires not just the work of people on the ground, the chefs and the producers, but it also requires stronger policies and governmental actions across the globe. And Catalonia has shown us so much in this regard. Catalonia was the first European region of gastronomy in 2016, and it produced the groundbreaking gastronomy plan after 12 months of intersectorial dialogue. And since then, Catalonia has continued to weave gastronomy into its broader strategies for a sustainable future. And we will learn much more about that this morning, both from Patrick Torrent from the Catalan Tourism Board, and he'll talk about the Food and Wine Tourism Plan, and from Joan Godia, the Director General of the Department for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Food, regarding the food strategy for Catalonia. These are both exceptional models, and that they show what can be achieved when different sectors are aligned under a shared vision. IGCAT has always recognized that food is more than fuel, and it's definitely more than just business. This week, traveling through Catalonia with our international colleagues, we met producers and farmers. We visited the Fishermen's Museum in Palamós. We visited the El Bulli Foundation. We visited the Alicia Foundation. And we were constantly reminded that food is community, it is territory, and it is our cultural identity. Our international guests have asked me to thank you profoundly for this experience. Many of them go back with memories of wonderful projects, inspired to build a better future in their regions, and really immersed with new ideas. And they want to thank you wholeheartedly for that. So on the eve of Mondiacult, and actually we are now official side event of Mondiacult, we are very proud to be able to take this moment, this day, to revindicate that food needs to be recognized as an important part of our cultural identity. And that's important because if it is, we will have the cultural exception, the mechanism to thus protect and to celebrate our food against the ravages of free market philosophy. And that will be important not just for us, for our sense of belonging, for our health, and for our food sovereignty in our communities, but it will be important for the well-being of every living creature on this planet. Every person in this room is an expert. You've been brought together, you're from different sectors, and you have an important task today, this afternoon, to map our future and create the pathway to a richer, more nourishing food future. Your generosity will not go unrewarded. IGCAT is committed to producing a post-conference publication with the results of your efforts and a dedication to each and every one of you that has contributed to it. Furthermore, we will also deliver our shared declaration to Mondia Cult on the 29th of September. So, to finish, I would like to hope that together, with this wonderful opportunity of bringing the world together under one roof, that we will make a difference. And I, on that note, declare the first World Gastronomy Summit open. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diane, for setting the tone for this important day. Your words remind us why we are gathered here, to give voice and visibility to the rich diversity of food cultures and to affirm gastronomy as an essential pillar of cultural policy and community well-being. Before to give the entrance from the next speaker, women are multitasking, as you know. So now I am the CEO of the Lost and Found department. Somebody has lost this. We don't want head attack and anything, please. There are some pills inside. Don't be shy, don't worry. I'm going to leave it there, please, to Matilda, so who has lost it is there, because we don't want problems today, yeah? No, please, thank you. And now, it's my pleasure to invite to the stage the Secretary General for Catalonia, Cristina Massot, to welcome us to Catalonia World Region of Gastronomy 2025. Please, Cristina, and a big applause for her, please. Necessites això?
No.
10 minuts.
Wow, this is really impressive. My English is not the best, but I'm quite so brave, so it's not the problem. But you will excuse me if I say some few words to you in Catalan. Benvolgudes i benvolguts. És un gran honor per mi, com a secretària general del Departament d'Agricultura, Ramaderia, Pesca i Alimentació, donar-vos la benvinguda a la primera cimera mundial de gastronomia. De fet, el fet que sigui la primera és un orgull afegit i també una mica una pressió afegida de veure com va. Jo sé que l'equip ha estat treballant durament i les primeres paraules, la primera referència la voldria dedicar a aquest equip que ha treballat tan durament i a felicitar-los pel resultat. Evidentment falta encara tota la jornada d'avui, però estic segura que anirà tan bé com ha anat tot aquest tour que hem fet aquests dies i el resultat serà el que esperem tots. Com us deia, benvinguts a Catalunya, en un any en què som coneguts arreu del món com a regió mundial de la gastronomia. Per nosaltres aquest és un moment únic. Portem molts mesos celebrant-lo, però el dia d'avui, la celebració amb visitants internacionals que sou tots vosaltres, jo crec que és un dels moments culminants de tota aquesta celebració d'aquest guardó. I, com deia, és hora de celebració, però també d'una crida a l'acció. Enguany no només celebrem la nostra tradició culinària, la riquesa del nostre patrimoni alimentari, sinó també la nostra visió de futur. I, com no podria ser d'una altra manera, aquesta visió de futur ha d'integrar l'alimentació, la cultura, la sostenibilitat i la innovació. Aquesta visió de futur es plasma en l'Estratègia Alimentària de Catalunya 25-28, que és tot un pla d'acció que hem escrit i que hem elaborat des del Departament d'Agricultura, Ramaderia, Pesca i Alimentació, amb el que aspirem a articular un sistema alimentari integral, sostenible, innovador, competitiu i, com no podria ser d'una altra manera, també arrelat al territori, basat en la diversitat que ens caracteritza i capaç de produir aliments saludables, accessibles i de qualitat, reconeguts i valorats per tothom, per tots vosaltres i per tota la gent que vosaltres representeu. La nostra visió és clara, convertir Catalunya en un país referent en excel·lència alimentària, capaç de contribuir als grans debats internacionals amb propostes valentes i, per suposat, transformadores. I ho fem des dels valors que ens guien en tot moment, la transformació i la innovació, la resiliència i la justícia, l'equitat i la col·laboració, la sostenibilitat, la transparència i la qualitat. Food at the heart of culture. Aquest és el repte i l'oportunitat que guia aquesta cimera, aquest summit. Posar l'alimentació al centre vol dir entendre-la com a connector entre tots els àmbits. No només parlem d'agricultura, estem parlant d'educació, de turisme, de cultura, de medi ambient i tot com a eina per impulsar una sobirania alimentària i cultural, preservar el patrimoni gastronòmic i alhora generar noves oportunitats de futur. L'alimentació és identitat i és també innovació, és memòria, però també creativitat i projecció internacional. Aquesta cimera, per nosaltres, des del Govern de Catalunya i des de tot l'equip que represento, és una oportunitat única per compartir experiències, inspirar accions i establir aliances globals. Catalunya vol oferir al món el millor del seu patrimoni gastronòmic i agroalimentari, però sobretot vol construir de manera col·lectiva respostes als reptes que compartim i que tots coneixem, el repte del canvi climàtic, la salut, la cohesió social i la protecció de la nostra identitat cultural. Acabo donant-vos de nou la benvinguda a tots i totes a Catalunya i en aquest espai tan especial també que és el Palau de Pedralbes, que avui acollirà una jornada que sens dubte serà molt interessant per totes i tots. I acabo dient, com vaig acabar dient ahir abans del sopar, que la gastronomia és cultura, és salut, és identitat, però sobretot és futur. Moltíssimes gràcies a tots per ser aquí.
Thank you, Cristina, for your inspiring welcome and for your English. An applause for her, please. It is especially meaningful to hear this is Catalonia embarks on this year as the World Region of Gastronomy 2025, the second region in the world to hold this title, setting a benchmark and inspiring others to follow. To continue, we are honored to have with us today Susan Schnutgen, Chief of Capacity Building and Heritage Policy at UNESCO, who will address UNESCO's engagement in safeguarding for foodways as living heritage. Please, Suzanne, and a big applause for her, please. You have maximum 10 minutes.
Yes, I know. Hello, this is already working. May I just try with the slides? Is this what I use? Yeah, no? Okay, so maybe we can try the next. Voila, it's working, that's nice. Good morning. Dear Diane IGCAT President, dear Ms. Christina Massad from the Department of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Food from the Government of Catalonia, dear ladies, gentlemen, friends, also the representatives of the awarded and candidate gastronomic regions, experts from around the world. I'm really delighted to be here. And I would like, on behalf of UNESCO, and particularly the Secretariat of the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, to extend our sincere thanks to the organizers and to our generous host, the Government of Catalonia, for this kind invitation to us to join this first World Gastronomy Summit, which surely will not be the last, I think, And that at the eve of, as Diane said, at the eve of Mondia Cult, which is actually the world's biggest conference on cultural policies, bringing cultural ministers from across the world. Across the room today, we have important actors. You're all contributing to reinforce the place of foodways as part of culture, of heritage, identity. At UNESCO, this commitment comes to life through the safeguarding of foodways as living heritage, guided by the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, which has been ratified by 185 states today. That's a big community. And we only celebrated the 20th anniversary of the convention 2 years ago, so it is a young adult with all the enthusiasm also that goes along with that. And I'm happy to tell you a bit more about how UNESCO works actually on foodways. Foodways are a defining marker, let me just put this, a defining marker of both our individual and shared cultural identities. They carry deep meaning and are part of expressing who we are and how we relate to one another. They express our relationship with nature, seasons, and the land, and tell our stories of life, of migration, of adaptation, and resilience also. Food is hence not just nourishment, as we have said or heard before today. It is part of our daily lives, our social practices, and the way we celebrate. Rituals, festive events, and special occasions are often interwoven with the rich food-related traditions. From sourcing ingredients to preparing and sharing meals, communities pass down their knowledge, skills, and social practices from one generation to the next. And this makes foodways our living heritage. Since the adoption of the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage and its entering into force in 2006, UNESCO has worked closely with our states' parties and communities to ensure that foodways heritage is recognized, valued, and also safeguarded. Today, as you can see on the slides, more than 50 foodways-related elements from 54 countries are inscribed on the lists of the convention, which is a mechanism I'm happy to explain to people during coffee break. And if we include elements where foodways play a secondary role, the number rises to 153 elements from 96 countries. That is amazing. It clearly shows the growing prominence of foodways as a vital part of living heritage under the Convention. The traditional tea processing techniques in China, the practices and skills related to the preparation of ceviche in Peru and attiéke in Côte d'Ivoire, Arabic coffee celebrated across the world as a symbol of generosity, and the Asturian cider culture of Spain all stand as vivid examples of the richness and diversity of foodways, highlighted as the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Communities are at the heart of this heritage. They safeguard knowledge, know-how, practices, and skills and transmit them to future generations. It is thanks to their efforts that traditional foodways continue to thrive, develop, even if they face a multitude of threats. Take an example from Kenya, a safeguarding project. The Bokot and Isuka communities mobilized school children to document traditional food practices that were in danger. The students conducted interviews with community members to gather knowledge. Their efforts led to inventorying of approximately 850 plants and vegetables. The project also supported the transmission of traditional practices and knowledge about nature to younger generations. Most importantly, it contributed to the transformation of the way of thinking, attitudes, and behaviors towards traditional foods. And in recognition of this impactful methodology, this experience was included in the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices under the 2003 Convention in 2001. In addition to the Convention's listing mechanisms, international assistance projects play a vital role in safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. These projects receive assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund, overseen by the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. They help states, parties, and communities safeguard their living heritage, including foodways. One such project, for example, is currently underway in Belize. There, the National Institute of Culture and History is building the capacity of communities to safeguard their foodways, especially as they face challenges related to globalization, urbanization, and climate change. Through training, participatory inventorying of these foodways, and awareness raising, this initiative aims to document at least 80 foodways-related living heritage elements across the country's diverse cultural groups within the next 2 years. Complementing UNESCO's work on safeguarding intangible cultural heritage through the mechanisms of the Convention, the organization has also received generous funding support from member states to strengthen efforts related to foodways. One major project in this regard is the International Food Atlas and digital platform for safeguarding, promoting, and transmitting foodways to future generations, funded generously by the Ministry of Culture of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I'm very happy to see a good friend, Mr. Majed Al-Muhanna, our close project partner at the Culinary Arts Commission of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, among us. The Food Atlas project is an ambitious global undertaking currently being implemented in this phase in 16 countries from all 5 regions. It aims to generate knowledge and develop interactive tools that enhance the visibility of foodways and their safeguarding worldwide. In the month ahead, the project will help build community capacities, support country-level policy development, and document community-led safeguarding initiatives from diverse locations around the world. A key contribution of this project will be to consolidate and feature digitally a rich and dynamic body of community-based experiences in safeguarding foodways as living heritage. These will be included and highlighted as one of the first thematic focuses on a global online platform for sharing good safeguarding experience, a forward-looking initiative. So the Food Atlas project is contributing to the future development of the Convention and specifically to this Article 18 online global platform initiative. We are very grateful for that. By highlighting foodways in this initial phase, the project breaks new ground and brings visibility to this dynamic heritage. It brings together the different actors, as Diane also emphasized, intersectoral, interdisciplinary, and that is the way we have to take to move forward and ensure that foodways are safeguarded as living heritage. The platform will serve as a knowledge hub, a space where diverse actors can connect, exchange, learn, and be inspired. It will allow communities that are safeguarding their foodways to share their experiences and, in turn, learn from others, also sharing their respective safeguarding approaches across the different domains and in relation to many aspects of community life, well-being, and sustainable development. Indeed, foodways in some cases are powerful drivers of community livelihoods and sustainable development, including sustainable tourism. Rooted in traditional knowledge and local practices, they may generate income for communities through agriculture, markets, crafts, and gastronomy-based enterprises, while also attracting travelers eager to experience the culinary heritage. This dynamic is powerfully illustrated by the UNESCO Creative Cities of Gastronomy, now already numbering 65, which demonstrate how foodways drive local economies, foster innovation, and strengthen both communities and international visibility. Professionals in the culture and creative industry, like many of you, play a strong role in this context. This relates to the economic dimension of intangible cultural heritage, which is another thematic initiative under the Convention, and the Convention is currently deepening its understanding of how the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage, including foodways, intersects with market and other economic uses, ensuring, of course, that all benefits return to the communities. Safeguarding foodways contributes to health and well-being, gender equality, climate resilience, and sustainable livelihoods. These connections reveal how foodways are deeply linked to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And above all, they remind us that communities are at the heart of the development agenda. UNESCO recognizes communities as the bearers and custodians of their heritage and as the key actor in decision-making and safeguarding efforts. UNESCO continues to advocate for inclusive and transversal policies that support communities in their efforts to ensure the transmission can continue. This first Gastronomy Summit and its declaration provide a unique opportunity to reinforce these messages, and Diane has already nicely presented that. By bringing all of us here together, the governments, experts, communities, and international organizations, the summit fosters a collective commitment to safeguarding foodways as cultural expressions and underlines the central place that they should have in policies and community well-being. So these messages you're also intending to bring to Mondiacult, which is wonderful. As I said, the biggest conference on cultural policies and sustainable development. It is a key event convened by UNESCO to strengthen international cooperation and advocate for integrated cultural policies. The discussions we are having here and the partnerships being built are part of these larger efforts. The recognition of foodways with cultural policy frameworks is an important step to ensuring that their transmission and sustainability, equitable benefits for communities. UNESCO remains committed to working with its member states and all stakeholders, state actors, policymakers, public and private institutions, academics, researchers, professionals from the culture and creative sector professionals, and most importantly, the communities themselves as the bearers of their living heritage. Together, we can safeguard foodways as living heritage, nourishing not only those who prepare and savor each meal, but also enriching our communities, shaping our identities, and sustaining our shared future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Suzanne, for highlighting the global importance of safeguarding our food cultures. Gràcies, Suzanne, per destacar la importància global de salvaguardar les nostres cultures alimentàries. Now we turn our attention to the rich culinary tradition of Catalonia itself. To introduce us to the wonderful Catalan cuisine, I invite Carles Vilarrubí, President of the Catalan Academy of Gastronomy and Nutrition, one of the promoting committee for Catalonia Region of Gastronomy 2025. Ara centrem la nostra atenció en la rica tradició culinària de la mateixa Catalunya. Per introduir-nos a la meravellosa cuina catalana, convido a Carles Vilarrubí, applause please, president de l'Acadèmia Catalana de Gastronomia i Nutrició, un dels membres del Comitè Promotor de Catalunya, Regió Mundial de la Gastronomia 25. Gràcies, Carles.
Well, I've been told that there is some wonderful translation system available, so let's work a bit, right? I'll speak to you in my own language, being in Barcelona, these few words. La cuina catalana és de les tradicions culinàries més antigues i documentades d'Europa, amb testimonis escrits que es remunten a l'edat mitjana. El llibre de Saint-Subi del segle XIV és considerat el primer receptari europeu redactat en llengua diferent al llatí i constitueix una mostra excepcional de la riquesa i la sofisticació culinària que ja aleshores caracteritzava el nostre país. Des d'aquell moment fundacional fins avui, la cuina catalana ha anat evolucionant gràcies als intercanvis mediterranis, a la influència d'altres cultures i, sobretot, a la creativitat inesgotable de generacions de cuineres i cuiners que han sabut transmetre amb sensibilitat i saviesa els sabors del territori. En el seu nucli essencial, la cuina catalana és sinònim d'equilibri, de respecte pels cicles de la natura i de veneració pels ingredients. El nostre receptari reflecteix la diversitat d'un territori ric i variat, la immensitat del mar que ens proporciona peixos i mariscs d'una qualitat extraordinària, les planes fèrtils que ens ofereixen fruites, hortalisses i llegums de temporada i les muntanyes generoses amb carns, bolets i productes de pastor que completen aquest mosaic únic. Aquesta cuina abraça tant la senzillesa de plats humils com l'escalivada o l'escudella, com l'elaboració de sofisticades receptes sorgides de cases nobles i monestirs, on es van perfeccionar tècniques que encara avui formen part del nostre patrimoni. Un tret distintiu de la cuina catalana és la seva capacitat d'innovar, sense perdre l'essència. L'ús de la picada, aquella mescla de fruits secs, all i herbes que aporta intensitat i profunditat de sabor, n'és un exemple paradigmàtic. També ho és la combinació agosarada del dolç i del salat, amb plats com el mar i muntanya, que uneixen productes del mar i de la terra en una mateixa creació gastronòmica. Aquest esperit d'equilibri i d'atreviment, alhora relat i obert, explica per què avui els nostres cuiners catalans es troben al capdavant de la innovació culinària a nivell mundial, reinterpretant la tradició amb tècniques d'avantguarda i projectant arreu el prestigi de la nostra cuina. Amb l'objectiu d'estudiar, preservar i difondre aquest patrimoni, fou creada l'Acadèmia Catalana de Gastronomia i Nutrició. La seva missió, la nostra, és garantir que la cuina catalana sigui reconeguda no només pels sabors i creativitat, sinó també per la seva aportació a la cultura, a la salut i a la sostenibilitat. En aquesta tasca, l'Acadèmia treballa colze a colze amb universitats, institucions públiques, entitats culturals i amb el sector agroalimentari per impulsar l'educació nutricional, promoure el respecte per la biodiversitat i assegurar que els coneixements acumulats al llarg dels segles arribin íntegres a les generacions futures. L'any 2025, Catalunya estem celebrant amb orgull la nostra designació com a regió mundial de la gastronomia. Aquest reconeixement internacional no només posa en valor la riquesa de la nostra cultura alimentària, sinó que també destaca la vitalitat de les comunitats que la mantenen viva. Els pagesos que treballen la terra, els pescadors que surten cada dia al mar, els ramaders que cuiden el bestiar i, per descomptat, els cuiners i cuineres que des de les llars més humils fins als restaurants més reconeguts eleven la gastronomia catalana a expressió catalana universal. Aquesta distinció és alhora una invitació a mirar endavant. Ens encoratja a consolidar uns sistemes agroalimentaris més forts i resilients, a preservar el medi ambient amb responsabilitat i a reforçar el vincle entre gastronomia, ciència i societat. La cuina catalana, per tant, no és només memòria ni patrimoni. És també un projecte de futur capaç de contribuir a la reflexió global sobre sostenibilitat, salut i cultura. En definitiva, i vaig acabant, la cuina catalana és l'expressió viva de la nostra identitat col·lectiva. És un llenguatge que parla de diversitat i de diàleg, de respecte per la terra i el mar, d'un poble que ha sabut conjugar tradició i innovació al llarg dels segles. Compartint la nostra cultura gastronòmica, aspirem no sols a oferir plaer i felicitat a taula, sinó també a enriquir les grans converses del món sobre patrimoni, sobre la sostenibilitat del planeta i sobre el paper fonamental que la gastronomia pot tenir en la construcció d'un futur millor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. In celebrating food heritage, we cannot forget to look toward the future. Gràcies, Carles. Al celebrar el patrimoni alimentari no podem oblidar de mirar cap al futur. I lo de l'escudella m'ha encantat. That is why we are delighted to hear a young perspective on Catalan cuisine, heritage, and its evolution from Martina Puigdevall of Les Cols Restaurant. Per això ens complau escoltar una perspectiva jove sobre la cuina catalana, el patrimoni i la seva evolució de la mà de la Martina Puigdevall, del restaurant Les Cols. Please, un aplaus.
Hello, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here with all of you today. This is an important year for Catalan gastronomy. Catalunya aquest any és regió mundial de la gastronomia, and it's an honor for all of us who are part of it. Our country is a very lucky one. We live in an extraordinary landscape which provides us with a great variety of products in every season. Now I would love to share with you some images that transmits how we understand this sector, this gastronomy sector. We live in La Garrotxa, a region close to near the Pyrenees, and we want to transmit the beauty of this landscape to our cuisine. This is the farmhouse from the 15th century. It's possible, I changed, o sigui, jo que les canvi, que no passin soles, que no vaig tan ràpid. Fareu que ho veuran tot abans d'hora. S'estem fent un big spoiler here now. If we could stop it and... Okay, so if we can start the presentation, and I'm going to try to follow the rhythm of the presentation. That it's a little bit fast, but I think we can manage to do it. So if we can start after the video and... So we live in La Garrotxa, a region near the Pyrenees. We are countryside people. So the restaurant, Les Cols Restaurant, is placed in a farmhouse from the 15th century where Fina Puigdevall, our mother, was born. And more recently, my sisters and myself joined them to continue with the project. We, as a new generation, we try to contribute with a young perspective, creating an intergenerational dialogue and exchanging ideas in a more horizontal way of communication. We thank all this previous generation for having opened the path and for transmitting us their knowledge, which we are enthusiastic and committed to take care of. At the school restaurant, we always try to cook and to serve the product from our surroundings. We want to cook this seasonality. We cherish the land, the sustainable cuisine, and also the non-travel food. Nature is our main source of inspiration. So to dive deep into our landscape, we want our guests to try this volcanic broth. It's a broth that we serve as an inspiration to this nature. We also want them to get to know our garden, and that's why we always want to offer this a bouquet that we make with herbs, flowers from our garden. It's a way to transmit its garden. Our garden, we call it a biological garden, as we do not see it as a mere crop of field. We see it as a place where we can reach a more greener and more sustainable horizon. For us, it's a place where we can create and promote this biodiversity. For us, the garden is an ecosystem full of life. Okay. So, multidisciplinary team takes care of our garden. Biologists, naturalists, geographers, and experts in agriculture are part of the team. And for us, it's important, this dialogue between different arts and different disciplines. One of the most important goals for us is the recovery and preservation of native and ancient varieties. For example, one of our products is the buckwheat. La Garrotxa is one of the few places in our geography where the buckwheat grows. So for us, it's really important to recover this variety because it's not only part of our cuisine, it's also part of our culture, of our traditions, and of course of our landscape. We also like to recover not only products, but also ways of use, ways of handle. For example, one variety that we are recovering, a blat de moro de la Creu, a corn that we obtain with a stone mill, that I think you saw it before, that allows us to get this corn flour with this traditional way and only using the hydraulic energy. For us, it's important to elevate these humble and natural products. One of the most important values also for us is to contribute to local economy, to be surrounded by peasants, harvesters, and local producers with whom we establish very positive synergies, but also who helps us to preserve these rural traditions. We always want to know the traceability of our products, to be conscious about the rhythm of the nature and respect it. For us, it's an act of responsibility, of solidarity, and also a way to respect the surroundings. The white beans from Santa Pau is one of the most important products for us. It's the only product that counts with a PDO in La Garrotxa. That's why we offer these fesols as our caviar. We serve them with a box wooden spoon made by craftsmen from the region. For us, it's also important to help these local producers. And now we are designing also our tableware with this, the soil that grows in our garden. We think that with the plates, we can also transmit the philosophy and this awareness with the sustainability and this gastronomy, this circular gastronomy. So for us, doing this, it's also to close the circle and to understand this rhythm. We are also preserving some of the products from our garden. We think that it's important to close these circles and to avoid also food waste. Sustainability is always a part of our creative process. We don't understand it only as a way to get the products, also as a way to reduce the footprint from our restaurant and to get also a better environment for our team well-being. So here you saw also a compost. For us, it's important to reduce also the waste that we generate elaborating our dishes. And on one ways, we return it in our garden as compost, and on the other way, also we use it to feed the hens and the sheep. For us, it's important, this dialogue between arts and disciplines. It's what allows us to reach essentiality and to live and to understand also the project as a coherent and conscious way. We want our cuisine to be a reflection of the way we are, and these small things are what fill us with joy and bring us closer to the completeness life and to essentiality. And finally, after telling you a little bit about our project and about our heritage and present, I would like to share some reflections about how we see the future. I think that we should listen to nature, observe the landscape, understand that each living being is part of an immutable cycle. I remember when I was little, my grandmother and I used to harvest berries from the garden. And I also remember learning from her how to soak the dry bread to feed the hens. This made me understand that the course that all things follow, and that each product has its moment, and that it's important to know how to learn how to wait. Accompanying this pace is something precious. Respecting this cycle should be a principle for any cook instead of wanting to control them. Trying to bring the beauty of the nature of the landscape to our kitchens. We obtain the ingredients from the nature, but then I think we have the responsibility to know them and to share the knowledge associated to them, knowing that it is as important to preserve these varieties, these species, but also to transmit the knowledge associated to them. We have to focus on how raw materials are produced. Let's support these paths that are different from the current overexploitation, the loss of biodiversity, or the increase of lifeless soil. Let's reduce the environmental impact. Let's explore renewable energies and ways to reduce the waste. The respect for nature, the respect for life.
Thank you, Martina, for reminding us that the voices of the next generation are essentially shaping tomorrow's gastronomy. Your mom will be proud of you. I recommend Hill Restaurant. I recommend the restaurant. It's amazing. The only problem is they have a volcano close to there, but it's okay. It's off. Okay. And now, to frame the challenges and opportunities ahead, please welcome Toni Massanés, Executive Director of the Alicia Foundation, that is a member of the Promoting Committee for Catalonia World Region of Gastronomy. Toni is also an IGCAT expert, and many of you know him as an advocate for healthy eating and nutrition.
Thank you.
Welcome, Toni.
Gracias. Thank you very much. I'll do my speaking Catalan, because as you can see, my English is, I'm sure, the worst English in the room. But even more than that, because I'm convinced, I know that diversity is not just about biology or it's just about culinary heritage. Diversity is also about languages, and if we need to celebrate the local cuisines, more than that, we need to celebrate our languages and practice them. And I hope in Mundia Cult, every single people can speak in their first language. I don't know. Moltes gràcies. A veure, m'han demanat... Ponme-lo xiquirín. M'han demanat que parli una mica sobre els reptes i oportunitats de la gastronomia. El primer que vull fer és veure com ha canviat el concepte de gastronomia i com en el segle XXI el que abans es podia entendre per gastronomia o el que abans s'entenia per gastronomia no té sentit. I que aquest congrés, aquesta cimera mundial és un exemple claríssim d'això. En un altre fòrum que vaig participar fa temps, on hi havia experts, acadèmics de la llengua, etc., ens vam plantejar com s'havia d'entendre la gastronomia avui en dia. El Brillat Sabarén, quan parlava de gastronomia a la seva fisiologia del gust, la veritat és que ja ho va dir bastant bé i fa 2 segles, el coneixement enraonat sobre l'alimentació humana. M'agrada molt la seva definició. Però és veritat que moltes vegades, que si veus el diccionari, si veus els diccionaris, s'entén, a part de també alguna excepció, que en català, per exemple, no el trobo al diccionari, que és la de patrimoni gastronòmic, diguéssim, local o regional, pel que s'entén la definició de gastronomia és el coneixement sobre menjar bé. El coneixement i l'art i la ciència sobre menjar bé. Bàsicament aquesta és l'excepció. Jo plantejo que aquesta excepció que últimament està establerta i fins i tot defensada per molts xefs amics meus, els quals admiro i respecto, que gastronomia és alimentació més plaer o que gastronomia és alimentació més emoció, deixeu-me dir que des del punt de vista científic no s'aguanta massa, perquè el de l'alimentació més plaer o alimentació més emoció és veritat que és un efecte, diguéssim, de la gastronomia o és un mecanisme de la gastronomia, però també ho és dels altres estratègies alimentàries de la resta d'éssers vius. Vull dir que la vaca també menja herba per aquest mecanisme, diguéssim, de desig plaer. I, per tant, aquest mecanisme emocional que ens porta a fer aquelles coses que hem de fer. No és una cosa exclusiva de l'espècie humana. El que sí que ho és, segons ara els de la intel·ligència artificial estan estudiant moltíssim això de la consciència. És una ciència que està, diguéssim, molt de moda. Però una de les definicions també de diccionari de la consciència és la capacitat humana de reconèixer l'entorn i de relacionar-s'hi bé, diguéssim, d'alguna manera. M'agrada aquesta idea que gastronomia seria l'alimentació conscient, seria menjar conscientment, i aquesta és una de les propostes d'excepció de gastronomia que us dono. Com que és conscient, evidentment, ha de ser responsable. I d'això es tracta, de ser responsable. I els reptes de futur que té la nostra gastronomia és com podem ser responsables amb el món, amb les persones, però també cadascun des de cada un dels nostres àmbits, dels nostres espais, de les nostres capacitats. I el que us proposo és que trobem aquesta definició de menjar bé, en aquest cas de menjar millor. Faig servir una eina que hem desenvolupat a casa nostra, però avui no parlo de casa nostra. La Diana em va dir, no parlis d'Alícia, dic, no pateixis, no parlo d'Alícia, no ho volia fer, però faig servir una eina que hem estat fa uns anys desenvolupant i que el que fa és, diguéssim, proposar com podem mesurar, si voleu, tan objectivament com sigui possible, en tanta metodologia, qualsevol de les accions que cada un de nosaltres, ahir em vaig sentir algunes d'alguns que esteu aquí, que són realment interessants, a Àfrica, a Àsia, a Europa, Amèrica, a Oceania, que són realment interessants per fer que la gent mengi millor. Menjar millor depèn del què, però depèn del qui, evidentment, i que les coses siguin més sanes, que vol dir que siguin més segures, que siguin suficients i que siguin equilibrades, depèn, insisteixo, d'allò que mengem, però també depèn de qui s'ho ha de menjar i de les circumstàncies en què s'ho mengen. Per mi el bon pa, el pa artesà fet amb una bona farina és un excel·lent aliment. En canvi, tinc companys investigadors a Alícia que són celíacs i que no en poden menjar. Per tant, depèn del què, però depèn del qui. Podríem aquesta equació, diguéssim, la podem aplicar a qualsevol dels valors que té aquest índex, aquest termòmetre de què vol dir menjar bé. Menjar bé també vol dir menjar sostenible i, per tant, vol dir menjar ecològic. Ecològic no vol dir només, que també, però el que en altres llocs n'hi diem biològic o orgànic i, per tant, reconegut amb uns labels de qualitat. Vol dir, evidentment, que per continuar menjant hem de continuar tenint terra, hem de continuar tenint aigua, hem de continuar tenint sols amb una microbiota sana, hem de continuar tenint recursos perquè actualment el que estem fent és menjar-nos el menjar dels nostres fills, perquè sabeu que ens estem menjant cada any el doble de la capacitat de regeneració que té el planeta. Tenim molt morro perquè el que estem fent és fer que els nostres fills tinguin més gana. Per tant, evidentment, menjar bé vol dir això. Però menjar bé no només necessita un equilibri ecològic, sinó també un equilibri econòmic. Quan el món estava endreçat, si és que mai ho ha estat, ecologia i economia, l'economia és la ciència de la gestió dels recursos que per definició són limitats. Ecologia i economia significaven el mateix. En algun moment ens vam disperdre i es va separar la cosa i ara tenim que dir, tenim que recordar que menjar de manera sostenible vol dir que puguem arribar a final de mes, vol dir que puguem pagar el menjar tots el que el necessitem, que és, evidentment, tothom. Però també vol dir que aquell que ens fa el menjar ha de cobrar allò que és just, perquè pugui continuar-nos fent el menjar, no perquè és molt bona persona, no perquè som gent molt conscienciada, perquè som gastrònoms, i ens interessa mantenir els nostres productors, etc., sinó perquè si ell no hi és, nosaltres no menjarem. I per tant necessitem que també ell es guanyi la vida. I també després ha de ser pràctic, perquè és molt maco parlar de sostenibilitat, però no podem anar cada dia a buscar en bicicleta les pastanagues al productor que està produint en un hort a uns quants quilòmetres de casa cada cop que tinguem que menjar. Per tant, tenim que fer sistemes realistes, estratègies realistes que facin que puguem menjar bé. Per tant, ha de ser sa, ha de ser sostenible i en cada lloc depèn de qui, del què i de les circumstàncies que teniu que adaptar, evidentment, a cada una de les vostres, que tenim que adaptar a cada una de les nostres propostes. Per últim, ha de ser bo. Mireu, amb la majoria de les llengües, bo tant fa referència al bo de gust, el tastier, el que trobem bo de paladar, com el valor moral. I això no és per casualitat. No és per casualitat, perquè, això ja ho va dir Plató, la bellesa, i en el cas del menjar la bellesa és la bondat, és allò que diem que és bo, és, diguéssim, la forma de la bondat ètica. Nosaltres només podem trobar bons els menjars que han estat produïts d'una manera ètica, sense maltractament animal i, evidentment, encara menys, sense maltractament humà, de la natura, de l'entorn, etc. Ni cap pràctica que sigui moralment reprovable. No ens en trobem, vull dir que no trobem que tinguin bon gust les coses si no estan a prop dels nostres principis morals. Això la neurociència ara ho ha demostrat, però era una obvietat. Després ha de ser significant. Evidentment, per cada un de nosaltres, cada menjar significa una cosa diferent. I quan es tracta d'assaborir el menjar, és tan important això com les seves característiques bioquímiques. D'això va la cultura, d'això van les cultures alimentàries. Si perdem els significats, estarem perdent totes les cuines. I, per últim, ha de ser estimulant. Fixeu-vos que no he ficat ni saborós ni cap cosa d'aquesta, perquè en realitat tot això de saborós, tot això que ens ha de en realitat és el sistema que intenta entendre, i d'aquí ve la idea de la gastronomia com a coneixement de menjar bé, el que intenta, cada cop que fem una mossegada de qualsevol cosa que mengem al llarg de la nostra vida, el que intentem és analitzar tots els altres valors i que senzillament allò ens vingui o no ens vingui de gust. Aquest és el resultat, diguéssim, de tota de tot el que intentem i hem de veure quan, des del punt de vista de la gastronomia, analitzem el que és menjar bé. Això, a l'hora d'aplicar-ho, perquè això evidentment és un... Hola. Vale. Martina. Vale. Això es movia i tal. El que hem de fer, evidentment, és plantejar projectes concrets de coses, de menjar concret, per persones concretes, en situacions concretes, i a partir d'aquí fer l'anàlisi, l'avaluació, la proposta, fer els pilots que calguin, prototipar ràpid, equivocar-nos de seguida i al final avaluar també els resultats. En cada un dels nostres projectes, si apliquem aquest termòmetre i aquesta eina de disseny i de millora, crec que podem ajudar una mica a concretar totes les paraules que aquí direm i que aquí aprendrem a l'hora de fer realitat, que quan tornem tots a casa, com hem ja fet, doncs puguem fer que ajudar que tots mengem una mica millor a casa nostra. Per últim, deixeu-me dir que el Ferran Adrià, que vau anar a veure'l, vull dir, Foundation, alguns de vosaltres, i els altres ja el coneixeu, evidentment, i que és amic nostre, va fer seva la màxima del maximant, no és un joc de paraules, que crear és no copiar, que és absolutament cert, i és així. Però també és cert que la ciència, que el coneixement, s'ha fet sobretot primer copiant, que vol dir aprenent. Newton i d'altres insignes savis van dir si podem veure més lluny és perquè caminem a espatlles de gegants. Per tant, el que hem de fer també és, quan creem qualsevol de les nostres solucions, abans veure què han fet els altres. I avui estem aquí precisament per compartir totes aquestes solucions i per aprendre els uns dels altres, per no haver que inventar el mateix cada cop a cada lloc. El coneixement va molt d'això, el compartir els cervells, poder posar en xarxa els cervells és una cosa molt potent i sobretot aprendre els uns dels altres és una eina fantàstica que optimitza i que ens ajudarà a menjar millor tots. Acabo precisament amb aquesta idea d'aprofitar del malbaratament, que no només és alimentari, amb una cosa que vam fer i que vam firmar molts dels que estàvem aquí, que em van demanar que redactés quan Barcelona va a cop d'esdeveniment, abans pels de fora, a cop d'esdeveniment. Doncs un altre esdeveniment que fa poc es va produir l'any 21 i que era la capitalitat de l'alimentació sostenible de Barcelona. Llegeixo només dos o tres línies per acabar del manifest, que és molt més llarg que podeu veure, però que crec que s'entenen i que el que ja heu dit no ho llegeixo, perquè evidentment la majoria de les coses ja les heu dit i les altres les direu després. Tradicionalment, que me'l salto, el paper fonamental de les dones en la creació i gestió d'estratègies alimentàries bones, sanes i sostenibles ha estat invisibilitzat i gens valorat. Aquest menysteniment és una de les causes dels desequilibris actuals. Cal reconduir els sistemes alimentaris i redirigir les estratègies. Cal més recerca i innovació amb tecnologia democratitzada. Cal visió sistèmica i cal una governança pràctica i efectiva basada en l'ètica. Sobretot, cal no oblidar mai que cada ecosistema, cada sòl, cada medi aquàtic, cada paisatge, cada varietat local, cada coneixement tradicional, cada pràctica, cada mètode, cada preparació, cada plat, cada nom en cada parla de cada llengua que es perd és una possibilitat menys d'alimentar el món. Moltes gràcies.
Thank you, Tony, for framing the challenges and opportunities ahead for gastronomy. Now, Lost and Found Department has found the bracelet. If there's no the owner, at the end of the day, with Robert, we'll make an auction, you know? Okay. Please. Okay, well, they are coming. We now move into plenary one, food at the heart of the culture, a new paradigm for policy and practice. This session will explore the transformative potential of placing food at the center of cultural, social, and environmental agendas. As the world faces growing challenges around sustainability, identity, and community well-being, it is essential to rethink the role of food beyond nutrition and commerce. May I kindly invite to the stage our moderator, Dr. Edith Zivas, Vice President of IGCAT and expert in culture and tourism. She will guide an exceptional group of 6 speakers representing regions from 6 points of the globe. They will have 3 minutes maximum each one, okay, in this table round. From Europe, he knows it is for him. Our very own Joan Godia Tres Sánchez, Director General of Agri-Food Enterprises, Quality and Gastronomy, Catalonia, who will present the food strategy for Catalonia 25-28. From the Middle East, Zeba Zarea, General Manager and Strategy and Operations, World Region of Gastronomy, Middle East, speaking on building a food and cultural legacy. From the Americas, I speak Italian too. Orazio Bellettini, Fuegos Foundation and Manabi awarded World Region of Gastronomy 26, Ecuador, South America. Presenting food as a tool to reaffirm the past, imagine the future, and change the present. From the Pacific, Botusi Mackenzie Rohr, Regenerative Vanuatu candidate 2027, presenting regenerative strategies to protect food and cultural sovereignty. From North Africa, Lamia Temimi, Sawa Waste of Tunisia. Boncap candidate, World Region of Gastronomy 28, Northern Africa, discussing building a cultural and food destination. And finally, from Asia, Dr. Jutamas Visansing, President, Thailand Gastronomy Network, exploring regional and national perspective on food, how culture events within perspective. I now have the pleasure to hand over the session to Dr. Zivas, Vice President of IGCAT.
Thank you very much. Good morning and bon dia. We certainly worked up an appetite for more food for thought. I welcome you to the first plenary session, which brings together an extraordinary panel of speakers from the six corners of the world. It is a great honor to welcome the first speaker, who is Joan Godia Tres Sánchez, Director General of Agri-Food Enterprises, Quality Gastronomy at the Department of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Food at Catalonia, awarded World Region of Gastronomy 2025. So we'll ask you to please tell us about your work and the strategy for gastronomy for Catalonia. And we know that you work a lot to support local producers. So I'm sure you will tell us about that and more. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Bon dia a tots. Parlarem català, no vull explicar-me més el que ha dit el Toni. La Diana ens ha donat 3 minuts i 3 minuts és molt poc temps per explicar-vos el que és l'estratègia alimentària a Catalunya. Molt ràpid. Fa 6 o 7 anys nosaltres creiem que l'alimentació havia d'estar al centre de les polítiques. Vam apostar per això perquè s'estaven fent moltes actuacions tant en el camp públic com en el privat, però no estaven alineades. Vam crear el Consell Català de l'Alimentació i vam apostar per fer una estratègia alimentària de Catalunya. Volíem definir quina és la nostra sobirania alimentària, quin és el nostre model alimentari que volíem. Per això vam iniciar tot aquest procés, ja us dic, vam començar fa 7 anys, No sé si els déus no ens van acompanyar gaire perquè vam tenir molts imprevistos, vam tenir imprevistos polítics, el Covid, i vam tardar a començar tota aquesta estratègia. Amb el nou govern aquesta estratègia s'ha reforçat, s'ha volgut acabar i és l'estratègia nova que es diu 2025-2028, que aquí s'hauria d'acabar les principals accions per tenir aquest sistema alimentari, el nostre sistema alimentari que volem. Ja us dic, molt ràpidament, la secretària ha parlat quina és la visió i la missió. Volem ser un país d'excel·lència alimentària amb un sistema alimentari que sigui integral, sostenible, tots els atributs que li hem donat. Vam estar treballant moltíssim amb experts i vam definir, sobretot, 4 grans dimensions que volem del nostre sistema alimentari. Volem que sigui un sistema alimentari sostenible, transformador i basat en la bioeconomia circular. La bioeconomia circular, doncs, és un dels eixos d'aquest sistema i la sostenibilitat. Els sistemes productius, estem treballant en la producció sostenible, la producció ecològica, volem que totes les cadenes de valor puguin guanyar-se bé la vida, volem reduir, ja se n'ha parlat aquí, el malbaratament alimentari, com un dels eixos també del nostre programa, i volem augmentar la capacitat d'autoproveïment de Catalunya. Aquesta és la primera gran dimensió. La segona gran dimensió, volem un sistema propi i arrelat al territori, volem augmentar la nostra autoestima alimentària. Som un país que fem grans produccions, tenim 22 DOs alimentàries i 12 de víniques, tenim uns productes de proximitat excel·lents, som el país que tenim la regió amb més restaurants amb estrelles Michelin, ens falta consumir més els nostres productes. Per això aquesta dimensió va en aquesta direcció. La tercera gran dimensió és que volem que sigui un sistema just, equitatiu i cohesionat. Just perquè la part més feble de la cadena són els agricultors. Volem que els agricultors es guanyin bé la vida perquè si no hi ha agricultors tot el més s'acaba. I aquí estem lluitant molt amb això i tenim mesures dintre d'aquesta estratègia per evitar-ho. Volem que sigui equitatiu, volem que l'alimentació sigui, aquí se n'ha parlat, accessible socialment a tothom, que tothom pugui alimentar-se d'una manera sostenible i saludable. I volem que sigui un sistema col·laboratiu. I la quarta gran dimensió, doncs, és que volem que sigui un sistema saludable i de confiança. No us explicaré totes les mesures. Tenim molts tipus de mesures. Unes que són transformadores i unes altres que són específiques. De les transformadores, importantíssim, volem fer una llei de l'alimentació que agafi tots aquests principis de l'estratègia alimentària de Catalunya. Estem treballant. Aquest novembre voldríem tenir un esborrany que el voldríem treballar a través del Parlament de Catalunya. Una altra gran mesura, l'alimentació a les escoles. Quan vam fer l'estratègia alimentària, aquesta va ser una de les mesures més consensuades. Volem que les escoles de primària i secundària s'ensenyi el que és alimentació, què és cuina, què és alimentació saludable, d'on venen els aliments. Ahir mateix ja es va acabar la licitació per començar aquest any, volem començar aquest any, amb 24 escoles de Catalunya a fer una prova pilot per introduir en els currículums, no en les extraescolars, en els currículums, aquests temes d'alimentació. Ja us dic, no començarem al setembre, però sí, espero que comencem al gener. I aquesta és una de les mesures transformadores. Dintre de la llei d'alimentació hi ha el tema de la contractació pública. A Catalunya es donen cada dia 700.000 menús, més o menys públics. Volem que aquests menús, més del 50% dels productes, siguin de proximitat. És una gran mesura transformadora. Altres mesures transformadores, aquí se n'ha parlat, la innovació, la sostenibilitat, nous models, l'etiquetatge intel·ligent, també molt important. Volem tenir que el consumidor sigui conscient. Cada acte de compra té les seves repercussions. Si el consumidor sap la traçabilitat d'aquells productes, podrà decidir més conscientment quins productes comprar. O sigui que tenim totes aquestes mesures, no us les explico més, després hi ha les específiques de cadascun. Per acabar, sol us voldria dir, la Regió Mundial de la Gastronomia que estem enguany ens ha permès, la gastronomia evidentment forma part d'aquesta estratègia alimentària, ens ha permès arribar a molts pobles, a moltes zones, per explicar tot allò tan bo que tenim i aquí ja us han explicat. Farem unes 500 mesures a lo llarg d'aquest any, En la primera regió mundial quan va ser regió europea de la gastronomia, una de les mesures que va quedar és el benvinguts a pagès, o sigui que la gent pugui anar a les explotacions, aquesta connexió camp-rural i sàpiga d'on venen els productes. En aquesta regió mundial volem que també coses que quedin en el futur. Una de les coses que volem que quedi és el tema de la cuina catalana. L'Institut Català de la Cuina ens ha cedit aquesta marca perquè la gestionem el departament i puguem ficar més diners. Això ho començarem a fer volem marcar una estratègia de la gastronomia a Catalunya i començaré a fer en els propers mesos. Tenim un projecte també interessantíssim que són les gastrosàvies. Doncs estem recuperant i ficant en valor totes aquelles receptes que les àvies han anat fent, no volem que es perdin. Tenim altres projectes com per exemple Catalunya, si acabo, capital mundial de la xocolata. Catalunya té una tradició en la xocolata. O sigui, tenim molts projectes que volem que queden en el futur i que aquesta estratègia alimentària ens ho ha de permetre. Gràcies.
Thank you. So much to be said about the gastronomy strategy for Catalonia, as you could see and you could hear. And in fact, this panel has been inspired by the gastronomy strategy for Catalonia. I will get back to you with a question in the second round, but it's time to turn to our second speaker. And we move on now from Catalonia to the Middle East. And it's my pleasure to welcome Siba Zaria, who is General Manager, Strategy and Operations at the Culinary Arts Commission from Saudi Arabia, representing the ASEER World Region of Gastronomy 2024. And the heart of this session is talking food and culture. The heart of the matter is that. And it cannot get much closer than that to have a Culinary Arts Commission within the Ministry of Culture. Very few countries have that. And I also have to flag up that it was last year we had an expert meeting in the ASEER region in Saudi Arabia, and it was one of the catalyst impetus for this World Summit on gastronomy. So without further ado, I give you the floor to tell us about the region. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would love to start by saying marhaban alf, which is 1,000 welcome. And this is the phrase that the region or the people of ASEER region use in order to greet and welcome their guests. I am also very happy to be here today, and we're very happy and proud that or ASEER region actually, I would like to share the journey with you, on the ASEER region being the first world region, the very first world region of gastronomy outside of Europe as well, 2024 last year, as you mentioned. I would like to thank the IGCAT team led by Dr. Dayan for coming to ASEER region in the first place, seeing the potential in it and believing in it. And also the lovely team from the Culinary Arts Commission of Saudi Arabia under the Ministry of Culture led by Majid, who actually did a lot of very hard work to actually reach to where we are. Also, I'd like to say that ASEER is not just a regional success story. It's a model for building a food and cultural legacy, and it's a milestone for Saudi Arabia and the Middle East as well. I'd like to also probably, there's a video, I don't know. Yes, so there's a video that you'll see the beauty of ASEER region, and there it is. So as you saw in the video, Asir region, the cultural legacy of Asir region is all about the people and the landscape and the community, the very vibrant community of Asir. At the Culinary Arts Commission, we believe that, like everyone said today, food is not only nourishment, it's not a consumable, it's memory, it's identity, it's a lot of other things, and specifically community. And because of that, our title today is Building a Food and Cultural Legacy. So building a true legacy comes with a lot of obstacles that I'm sure a lot of you have been through. Our culinary heritage in Saudi is very, very rich and deep-rooted, deeply rooted, yet it does face a lot of challenges, such as, for different factors such as globalization, climate change, global warming, and a lot of other digital world changes and rapid changes. And we realize that without instant action, we might be in danger or at risk of actually losing, our traditional ingredients and recipes and so on. I'll be taking you over a few challenges. I know I only have 2 minutes.
Let's leave it for later.
We can leave it for later. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Siba. From the Middle East, we move on to South America. And it's my pleasure to welcome Orazio Bellatini from the Fuegos Foundation from Manabí, Ecuador, awarded World Region of Gastronomy 2026. And I will ask you, please, to talk about your work, your passionate work that you do with the communities, about sustainable development and gastronomy. And you asked me earlier if you could speak in Spanish. And I think in the spirit of the diversity and inclusion, yes, please. I think the translation will work, yes. Please, Orazio.
Good morning, everyone. We are all joining Tony's invitation to embrace diversity, and I think it's part of the richness of this group. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to the IGCAT and the Generalitat of Catalunya for the invitation to this summit. It's an honor to be here with you and to share this panel with all of you. So I'm going to switch into Spanish, if you allow me, to share a little bit about Manabí. Manabí es una provincia que está ubicada en el norte del Ecuador, que es profundamente rica por su ubicación geográfica, rica por su identidad fuerte y compartida, rica por su diversidad cultural y ecosistémica, donde demasiadas personas viven en pobreza. La paradoja que vivimos. Más del 50% de la población vive bajo la línea de pobreza y 20% de sus jóvenes entre 14 y 25 años son lo que en español llamamos ninis. Ni estudian ni trabajan. En inglés es NEET, Not in Education, Employment or Training. Uno de los factores que explica esta paradoja de una tierra rica donde una población demasiado grande vive en pobreza fue el terremoto que nos golpeó en abril del 2016. Pero también abrió, con todo el dolor que trajo por las vidas humanas que se perdieron, abrió oportunidades para tener una conversación de qué podemos hacer hacia el futuro. Y varias organizaciones de la sociedad civil, del gobierno, de la academia, trabajaron directamente con comunidades para ayudarles a imaginar cómo podía ser la reconstrucción, cómo poder, de las cenizas y de las ruinas que había dejado el terremoto, imaginar un mejor futuro. Y lo que nos dimos cuenta es que la comida se convertía en el gran eje articulador de esos momentos que habían sido tan dolorosos. Pero la comida en Manabí es muy importante, como lo han dicho acá nuestros amigos y amigas catalanes, es la expresión más pura de la cultura, de la identidad. Así que iniciamos diálogos para imaginarnos ese Manabí del futuro alrededor de la comida. Y eso generó un proceso muy rico que permitió ir juntando fuerzas e ir construyendo una visión de futuro. La candidatura de Manabí como Región Mundial de Gastronomía 2026 nos dio una oportunidad perfecta para consolidar ese proceso, para crear plataformas multisectoriales, el gobierno provincial de Manabí, aquí representado por su autoridad, la Cámara de Industrias de Manabí, un líder de ese sector industrial de nuestra provincia está acá, la universidad, una de las más importantes de Manabí, y la Fundación Fuegos. Y eso también nos permitió que miles de personas se fueran adhiriendo a este sueño de internacionalizar la gastronomía manabita y por lo tanto ecuatoriana, y que eso genere desarrollo, que eso genere oportunidades. Ya con la designación de Manabí como Región Mundial de Gastronomía tenemos el enorme reto de transformar eso en oportunidades concretas para la gente, dignificar el campo, abrir mercado para los productores, generar esperanzas de futuro para los jóvenes, que no tengan que emigrar ni enlistarse en los carteles para encontrar un proyecto de vida, de paz, de progreso. Ahorita estamos en ese momento iniciando la implementación de este plan quinquenal 2025-2029 y para ello se va a requerir mucha creatividad, se va a requerir mucha recursividad y sobre todo mucha colaboración, porque lo que este proceso nos ha enseñado casi 10 años después de un terremoto es que nadie lo puede solo. Solos no llegamos lejos, unidos podemos llegar muy fuerte y la comida tiene ese superpoder de unirnos alrededor de la mesa y de construir sueños compartidos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I turn to our fourth speaker, Wutaisi Mackenzie Reur from Regenerative Vanua and Lapita Cafe, Vanuatu candidate World Region of Gastronomy 2027, which means we are turning to the Pacific. Please tell us about your work.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Diane and the Catalonian government for having faith in Regenerative Vanua and for us to be here today to tell you a little bit about what we do in Vanuatu with Regenerative Vanua. First of all, I'm going to be talking about regenerative strategies to protect food and cultural sovereignty. I have to talk about my gastronomy journey because I think it's really interesting because this is what it stems, this is why it ended up with Regenerative Vanua as we see it today. Next slide, please. I founded in Lapita Cafe in 1999, which has grown from a small eatery into a successful food manufacturing business. But I was also awarded an Order of Vanuatu for the service to raising the profile of Vanuatu food culture. And that was showcased through my participation with Robert Oliver, who is going to be here today, in Pacific Island Food Revolution, and that's where Diane found us, so that we are here today. The aim of this, it's a reality television series from 2018 to 2019, which aimed to boost pride in local Pacific cuisine and promote healthier local food choices. And then in mid-June 2024, when Diane was in Vanuatu for Regenerative Vanua's International Symposium, I was honored to be awarded the ambassador for International Institute of Gastronomy, Culture, Arts, and Tourism. And this is to recognize a lifetime dedication to promoting Vanuatu's food culture and its diversity. Currently, I am the chairperson of Regenerative Vanua, which is instrumental in forming this organization. And we managed to get recognition in the Pacific region. So this is really something that it's really huge for us. Next slide, please. So we are nominated as Vanuatu's World Region of Gastronomy nomination for 2027. The nomination was officially signed in a protocol agreement by Regenerative Vanua, Lapita Cafe Limited, that's my company, Kai Vanua, Pacific Island Food Revolution, and Australian Centre for Pacific Islands Research. This is from Australia. The nomination acknowledged Vanuatu's commitment to preserving food traditions, protecting plant diversity, and promoting local cuisine, which was showcased during our Regenerative Agritourism Symposium. This was showcased to our international participants. If successful, Vanuatu would become the first in the Pacific region to receive this esteemed award, and the first region globally to be verified as regenerative gastronomy region, solidifying its place in the global stage of culinary.
Thank you, Butaisi. Thank you. Our next speaker takes us to North Africa. Lamia Tamimi from Sava Taste of Tunisia and representing Cap Bon, candidate World Region of Gastronomy 2028. Lamia's company won several times the top websites for foodie travelers, and this alerted us to the potential of Cap Bon as a potential World Region of Gastronomy. Lamia, please tell us about your work and your region.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow food visionaries, good morning, and it's really an honor to stand before you at this first Summit of Gastronomy, a space where culture, identity, and flavor converge, and it's a pleasure for me to tell you a little bit about myself and about Sawa Taste of Tunisia. I come from the hotel industry, where I've spent over 20 years in marketing and public relations, working in both hotels and corporate offices. And these experiences taught me the importance of storytelling and authentic hospitality and creating experiences that truly connect with people. Today, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sawa Taste of Tunisia. That's my business partner, Jimmy, who is a Canadian anthropologist. And together, we are celebrating Tunisia culinary's heritage through immersive food and cultural experiences, from olive oil tasting to cooking workshops, from farm visits to encounters with local artisans. We invite visitors to discover Tunisia through its flavors, its landscapes, and the stories of its people. As I speak, you will be seeing a little bit of the experience that we offer through Sawa Taste of Tunisia. But I also own and manage a guest house in the heart of the Cap Bon, which is the candidate for 2028, where I welcome travelers with the same spirit and authenticity that drives Sawa. In addition, I also work as a sustainable tourism consultant, helping communities and destinations to create experiences that are environmentally responsible, culturally meaningful, and economically supportive. And I'm also the culinary advisor at La Chaîne des Rôtisseurs, which is a prestigious confraternity founded in 1248, which today counts 21,000 members around the world. These roles allowed me to connect with a global community of professionals dedicated to preserving and celebrating culinary experience. And through Sawa Taste of Tunisia, our goal is to safeguard traditional recipes. That's our guest house, by the way, in the middle of the countryside of Tunisia. So I was saying, our goal is to safeguard traditional recipes, empower women producers and artisans, and create connections that highlight Tunisia's rich culinary and agricultural heritage. And because for me, food is more than what we eat, it's identity, memory, and the bridge between people. Upon my return, we are organizing 2 major events in collaboration with the International Diplomatic Academy in Tunis, bringing together over 100 newly graduated diplomats and over 200 accredited ambassadors in Tunisia to showcase the importance of gastronomy in cultural diplomacy and exchange, and showing how food can build dialogue and strengthen international relationships, exactly the way IGCAT is doing it today with this amazing summit. So I'm deeply committed to showcase that gastronomy can be a tool for community empowerment, sustainability, and cultural diplomacy, and I'm excited to share this vision with you today, and thank IGCAT for giving us this opportunity to showcase the Gabon and make it shine on the international level. Thank you.
Thank you, Lamia. And at the beginning, I said we worked up an appetite for further thoughts. We are working up an appetite for food, seeing these wonderful pictures. Thank you. I will now invite our final speaker in this panel, Dr. Yutamas Visensing from the Thailand Gastronomy Network, to talk us about your work and what you have learned so far from all the things you have done with the network. Thank you. And of course, this takes us to the Far East, to Asia.
Thank you, Edith. And Sawadee Ka. That's the greeting in Thai. Sawadee Ka, Sawadee Krab. So now, I think we've been working very hard because if you can notice, we do not have World Region of Gastronomy in Asia. And this is what I've been working very hard with IGCAT and with Dr. Diane because we want to get that connection with you. I'm going to bring you to one of the very great cities that we work with. Thailand Gastronomy Network is working to develop territorial assets. And we're making sure that we prepare ourselves because people, once you develop that assets, you want to share your food waste to many other countries as well. And I think that's our mission. Thailand Gastronomy Network is working with different cities within Thailand. We work with the whole entire ecosystem because we believe when people understand their territorial assets, they appreciate it, they understand what is encompassed, the things that they need to develop, then they can link among themselves, work with the network, and then link with other networks outside of their territorials. So it's so important. Today we also have our president from the University of Hat Yai, who been fully support the territorial development within Songkhla. I'm sure if you've been to Thailand, you may not heard of this city before, but people within the city proud of their territorial assets. You may have heard of Pattaya, Chiang Mai, many other cities, but there are so many hidden gems within Thailand, and this is what we are trying to do. So food culture, the power of people within the hidden gems, within the territorials is so very important. We build it from the ground up. When we talk about building from the ground up, we found many hidden gems that even people within the territorial, they don't even know that are the super hidden heritage that the world would like to know, the world would like to safeguard. So this is what we work with. Songkhla we don't have problem at all with the heritage, with the food assets. But everywhere in the world, the problem is that the connection, as Dr. Diane said, the interdisciplinary, the intercultural farmer don't speak to the restaurant owner sometimes in many destinations. All of this creating an opportunity to create, but we can't just get them to sit on the table. We need to design how they have the dialogue. They need to know what they talk about, what they should build together. So what we have done is we create what we call storytelling, but it's not just everyone's story. We create ingredient-led dialogue. So we have the biomapping put on the floor. Everyone bring their own, whatever they're proud of. They share the story. They connect through that conversation. So it's so very important that we build that together. So when you talk about building that pride, you need to have certain things that they can connect together. So we do biomapping within the city. The other issues is that not because we don't have it, but we have too many. We can't tell the world that we have millions of them. So we need to agree what will be the product heroes. And we're not going to tell others that is not on the list of the heroes. It doesn't mean they are not the heroes. They are. But we need to identify at least 3 to 5. But then people who are the hero of your town, they need to know they are not the hero. They are the entry point for others. So everybody else can then go with you because you are the entry point. You are the value chain of everything. So in this town, we have the best of the best stingless bee honey. So we ask the farmer, can you be our entry point? Can you be our gateway? You are not only the hero, but you will bring other heroes with you. And you can tell this is a very beautiful yoke that is traditionally done in Songkhla, and we call, and maybe you can say it with me, Khai Krop. Love that. Yeah, so this is our tradition. Thank you for the music. I will come the other round and I tell you more about Khai Krop, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Wonderful. Thank you, speakers. We come to the second part of this panel. And what I will do, I will ask a very quick question to each of you in the same order as you spoke. And I ask you to give a short, quick reply, summary of your thoughts. So I turn first to our first speaker, Joanne, and I wonder about the impact of the gastronomy strategy. Are you expecting real impacts from it, and what are those?
Nunca tenemos el impacto que volem, mai tenim l'impacte que volem. Vamos más lentos, más lentament del que voldríem. Doncs perquè la cadena alimentària és molt ampla i si anem al consumidor, doncs tenim problemes, no? Tenim problemes amb els joves, quina alimentació prenen, de fomentar la dieta mediterrània. Tenim grans reptes amb els consumidors, d'informar amb el consumidor, com us diem, l'etiquetatge intel·ligent, que vegin d'on venen els productes i puguin fer aquesta decisió de compra. Tenim molts reptes a fer. Les mesures que anem fent, ja ho dic, n'hi ha d'específiques i altres de transformadores, s'han d'implementar totes per a veure realment l'impacte. Però necessitem anar ràpids, sobretot perquè el sector més feble és el productor. Necessitem que els productors es quedin, que hi hagi relleu generacional. Això passa tot el món, però hem de fer més atractiva la professió com a productors d'aliments, que es puguin guanyar bé la vida i que es quedin al territori. Aquest és un repte bàsic, no? És un repte bàsic. I no tenim molts anys per fer-ho. Jo crec que tenim 5 anys. En els propers 5 anys hem de remuntar la situació, perquè si volem la nostra sobirania alimentària necessitem que hi hagi productors que produeixin aliments i després ve tot el que més.
We look forward to seeing the implementation, the impacts. Thank you. Seba, what about the challenges and the solutions that the ASEAN region has been facing, focusing on the solutions as well?
So I'm going to talk about the challenges. I just want to address a few challenges that we've witnessed and we've been through and identified through our journey with ASEAN region and Saudi as well, and a few solutions as well. So, yes, thank you. So I'd rather just go challenge by challenge. So the first challenge was the lack of digital tools to preserve culinary heritage. We've laid the foundation, and I'm going to link this to Susan, what you were saying earlier. We've laid the foundation for a living archive that protects and celebrates food heritage worldwide. So a few years ago at the Commission, we started with our main pillar in the strategy of the Commission that was mainly preserving the culinary arts heritage of Saudi. And we started by documenting and codifying traditional recipes, techniques, and ingredients of Saudi, covering the 13 regions, including Asir region as well. And we've achieved more than 1,300 codified recipes as we speak today. Based on that, or actually, this built a very, very strong foundation for the International Food Atlas and digital platform Susan was talking about earlier for safeguarding, promoting, and transmitting foodways for future generations. It's with the UNESCO team now. I think anyone can actually be a part of. Now, this living archive is also aligned with the IGCAT's mission to safeguard intangible heritage, and the Culinary Arts Commission here being the project initiator, the technical partner, as well as the main source for funding. This was one of the major, I think, solutions that or opportunity that we've seen. The second challenge we have is balancing tradition with innovation without losing authenticity. Now, in Saudi, we do nurture creativity a lot, especially nowadays. But we always want to make sure that this happens without compromising the authenticity, ensuring that the heritage evolves while still staying relevant. Through, I would say, different or a few culinary incubators that the Commission is working on for young chefs and entrepreneurs and junior business owners, for them to be able to reinterpret traditional dishes with new techniques or with some innovative ideas, and make sure that they do that without compromising authenticity. I would just like to give a very simple example of one very talented chef who came up with an idea that's very trendy nowadays in Saudi. It's a hashi burger. Hashi is camel meat, and camel meat is very famous in Saudi. Even burgers. Burgers are Western, so it was a very innovative idea to actually come up with a burger that's made out of a camel patty instead of a beef patty, which was also very interesting. So innovation is actually happening in Saudi, and everyone is very concerned about not losing the authenticity of whether it's a specific ingredient, Saudi ingredient, or a specific technique. I think also at the Commission, we do fund several unique projects or project ideas within the food innovation sector. For example, we have someone who came up with the Saudi coffee della, which what we use to pour the Saudi coffee. It's made out of metal, but instead this person made it as an electronic version of it. So it just saves a lot of time instead of going and boiling everything and doing everything. It saves time and it's very innovative. It's fast, though it still has the shape of the tradition. We also have, I'm just going to go faster. We also have a few culinary innovation labs opening this year. One of them actually in the region of Asir in partnership with universities, King Khalid University. This will allow also chefs and anyone from the supply chain who can actually just come and innovate, explore, experiment with the ingredients. The third challenge is mainly environmental pressures threatening local crops and food sources. Climate change, specifically in Saudi, is very threatening. So we thought it was very vital to partner up with specific governmental and non-governmental entities, whether they're local or international, to actually make sure that we all together promote sustainable practices. We support the farmers, we safeguard biodiversity. This happened through Slow Food, for example. They've been in Saudi for a few years with us, and we have registered so far 120 Saudi food products in the Arc of Taste, which is also really helps the environment. We facilitate farmers markets all over Saudi, including the region of Asir as well. A very interesting project as well is the endangered wild plants of Saudi Arabia, where we had a team from the Commission and the experts. Okay, I should stop. Anyways, just to conclude, I just want to say we still have more challenges, but we look into those challenges as opportunities. There's always a challenge, but there's always a way to actually, overcome those challenges. And thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Seba. Perfect note to finish it on. Thank you. Orazio, I guess the same sort of question to you, the challenges and solutions for implementing your strategy.
Hay un cantante latinoamericano que dijo, una cosa es el rumbo, otra cosa es el camino. El plan quinquenal que hemos desarrollado en el marco de Manabí, Región Mundial de Gastronomía 2026, es el rumbo. Es una visión compartida de lo que queremos lograr en los próximos 5 años como provincia, como país. Y ahí hay proyectos, por ejemplo, incrementar el número de restaurantes manabitas en el mundo y que esos restaurantes se conviertan en embajadas, se conviertan en vitrinas de los productos, que Manabí se convierta en un destino de formación gastronómica, que vayan personas de diferentes partes del mundo a conocer esa cocina que tiene mucho de ancestralidad y que pretende también innovar con identidad. Reducir los niveles de pobreza en el campo, porque hay el fomento del turismo rural y apertura de mercados para los productos que ahora pues se los considera injustamente commodities. Y todo eso son rumbos, es el rumbo, es la guía. Necesitamos la flexibilidad, la recursividad para ir ajustando el camino que nos va a llevar a ese rumbo. Y podríamos entrar a detalles muy técnicos del plan, pero más bien quisiera compartirles una reflexión que nos ha estado acompañando en el comité promotor de la designación de Manabí como Región Mundial de Gastronomía desde el principio. Y es que cuando postulamos a Manabí allá en el año 2023, muchas personas legítimamente nos decían, pero Ecuador, América Latina, por lo tanto Manabí está viviendo uno de sus tiempos más complejos en términos de seguridad por el incremento tremendo que ha tenido la economía ilegal en nuestros países, producto de la falta de oportunidades y de la debilidad estatal y de la falta de organización social. Y entonces, ¿cómo se permiten ustedes candidatizar a Manabí en un momento tan complicado? Y decíamos, es que precisamente en los momentos complicados es cuando se requiere la audacia para atreverse a imaginar algo distinto. Y entonces allí está en el centro de nuestro camino el atrevernos a imaginar cosas distintas y atrevernos a encontrar caminos para llegar a ese objetivo compartido. Pero junto a la audacia, la humildad para reconocer que nadie lo puede solo, que nadie tiene todos los recursos para lograr hacer esa visión una realidad. Y como nadie lo puede solo, la colaboración de manera permanente, porque esto si no es de todos, simplemente no lo vamos a lograr. Que sea de los agricultores, de los pescadores, de los recolectores, que sea de los emprendedores, que sea de las familias, que sea de los profesionales, de las instituciones públicas y privadas. Ese es el enorme desafío que tenemos. Esa es la oportunidad para transformar un territorio viviendo un momento difícil, pero que tiene hambre de un futuro mejor.
Thank you, Orazio. I turn to Wotaisi, and you talk a lot about regenerative Vanua, and I wonder if you could explain to us what it means to you, regenerative.
Sorry, come again?
What it means to you, regenerative. Regenerative.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Regenerative simply means well, we have a vision, and our vision, I think it'd be best for me to talk about our vision so that that will capture what we mean by regenerative or not. Wait small. Because I've got a problem with my eyesight on the left, that's why I cannot see properly. But yes, let me start off with what we mean by regenerative, okay? Regenerative in our policy from 2025 to 2050. We have a vision. And our vision is to supporting food and nutrition security, land and food sovereignty, regenerative, rural health, rural livelihoods, and thriving Vanuas through regenerative educational and transformational experience. And Vanuatu's traditional farming and food culture. So that is our vision, and our mission is for Vanuatu to be established and recognized as the home of regenerative agritourism and regenerative gastronomy in the Pacific, and a global leader in regenerative verified experiences and products. Okay, so what we mean by regenerative is that simply, it means we use up our land, but we leave it better, in a better condition for the future generations to come and use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Beautifully put, thank you. Lamia, you talked a lot already about all the work you do with the communities. Mm-hmm. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit more about empowering communities and amongst all the things that you are doing.
Okay, thank you, Edith. So, like I mentioned earlier, Sour Taste of Tunisia is a culinary initiative that is not only preserving Tunisia's rich gastronomy heritage, but it's also transforming the lives across communities. Sawa in Arabic means together. So that's exactly what this movement embodies, bringing people together through the new universal language of food. At its heart, Sour Taste of Tunisia is more than a brand. It's a social enterprise led by passionate men and women, powered by tradition, and designed for impact. It showcases Tunisia's unique regional flavors, the bold harissa of Gabon, the delicate rose waters of Qayrawan, and the sun-dried tomatoes of the south. As I talk, we're showing you a little bit of the Gabon. As we mentioned earlier, it's candidate for 2028, so it's an avant-goût of what you'll be expecting. All those products are produced in small batches using sustainable methods passed through generation, mothers to daughters, fathers to sons. But what makes Sawa truly powerful is how it's empowering rural women and marginalized communities. Through culinary training, ethical employment, and fair trade models, women who were once excluded from the formal economy are now artisans, business owners, and also ambassadors to the Tunisian culture. Their recipes are not just dishes, they are stories of grandmothers, of harvests, and of resilience. Globally, Sour Taste of Tunisia is putting our country in the gastronomic map, creating pride at home, but also curiosity abroad. Often Tunisia is known as a destination for sun, for the beaches. The culinary heritage of Tunisia is unfortunately not very well known. And through Sour Taste of Tunisia, we're trying to compensate that. So when we talk about gastronomy as a driver for change, this is it. Food as heritage, food as dignity, but food as community. So I invite each of you to come and discover Sour Taste of Tunisia, to taste the warmth of our kitchens, to meet the women behind the recipes, and to experience Tunisia that is vibrant, resilient, and deeply flavorful. Because when you taste Sawa, you're not only just enjoying a dish, but you are becoming part of a shared journey of culture, of empowerment, and of hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Lamia, wonderful. And Jan, final question to you. Any further thoughts about any further lessons or advice you can give to us about building a network, developing a network, running a network?
Thank you, Edith. My microphone is working? Yes, thank you. So I think the key things about building the network is getting people to have the conversation. But the conversation is not just only being heard, but it's so important that I like to share with you 3 things that I think people are facing. And you can tell the behind of the lesson learned is always spices. This is the chili paste that we made with the coconut shell. The things that happen when you are trying to work with different type of people within the network, you learn one very important thing. You need to design conversation. Every time when you put people on the table, you need to know what you would like them to achieve at the end. So as we said, for us, we use ingredient to speak to everyone. And everyone look at the ingredient or local producers as the bridge for them to talk about the territorial assets. So I think we need to decide that, one of the key things. And not just only being heard. Very often people feel like they are not being heard because nothing happened after the conversation, after the dialogue. So I think it's very important with the lesson. Number 1, you need to construct that interaction. You need to be creative and innovative to make people feel like they are part of it. And if you tell beside, the pictures here, it's the logo. When people speak, we then say you are become part of our Gastro Preferred Choice collection. So the story, the development happen, and they become the narrative framing system that we share with others. And the last thing is that scaling is not easy. Even though we have a lot of local producers, they also want the economic development as part of their success stories as well. So it's not just only being good, they also want to do well in other things that related to the business too. So what we did is that we create not one size fit all. We tell them, if you want to be crafted, if you want to be artisans, then you go to the certain track. But many of us also want to be industrialized, but how you can compete with that bigger market, we provide other different things for them too. I told you earlier about creating product heroes. Our success story, once we have the Preferred Choice collection, they link to other value chain. So this is just only one of the examples. This year, we launched this Gastro Preferred Choice collection where the conversation on that table linked and become things that can be tool for market access. So this is where incentive come in with the business. So we promote, and this got all of these 3 menus, got the stingless bees honey, got kai crop in it. So this is one of and they come with different types. This is one of the very popular home-cooked restaurants in Songkhla called Tatsaban. And their place is just, you just go there, you just feel like you eat with your mother, you eat with your grandmother. And everyone have different kind of identity. And I think we're celebrating that differences. We're celebrating who they are, but they can fit it into the city, the territorial assets to go together, but everyone can still be themselves. I think that's the key of challenges that every city, every territory got. So for us, we celebrate what we have, but we also celebrate diversities at the same time. And I think that's the key to success. And Songkhla shows that when we let food speak, and when we design the conversation, everything changes. So it won't happen naturally, but you just have to have a conductor. It's just like an orchestra. You need someone become a conductor where every instrument still play their own instrument, but the conductor said, this is the song that our city, our town, our regions would like to play together. So I think this is what Songkhla and Thailand Gastronomy Network are trying to do within the city and within the people. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you, Jan. I promised a great panel. I think we delivered an exceptional panel, bringing to you lots of ideas, lots of recipes, tools, new paradigms, thinking about how to put food at the center of culture and influencing policy and practice. So thank you very much, speakers of the panel, and I close the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sivas, and to all our distinguished speakers for sharing such rich insights and inspiring experiences. And now, the moment you are waiting for. Yes. But I have a challenge for you. I need a new world record. In 10 minutes, it's not a joke, eh? You have 10 minutes to taste a delicious Catalan breakfast in the next room. 10 minutes, please. 11:30 starts the plenary too. Hola, 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 hello. Can you take your seat, please? Where are the coffee lovers? Are they coming? Hello again, everybody. Now we will start with the plenary too, please. Please. We are starting. Okay, thank you very much. I hope you all had the chance to refresh, and now we move into plenary two. The cultural value of food shaping future policies. May I now invite our moderator to this plenary, Omar Valdez. Ah, here you are. Nice to meet you. IGCAT board member and executive director for UN Tourism Academy in Andorra. In Andorra, come here, please, Omar. I would like to introduce our distinguished speaker representing global, national, regional institutions from around the world. Collectively, they demonstrate the amazing work from very different sectors contributing to safeguarding our food diversity. They have 3 minutes each one. Okay, you have to control, you know it. So we ask on the stage, please, Patrick Turren-Caral, applause him. Executive Director, Catalan Tourism Board. Ludovico Roccatello, mi piace. Director of Knowledge Hub, Slow Food from Italy. Italy and everybody, women say, whoo. Whoo, an Italian man, eh? Patrick Sam, Creative Culture Investment from Namibia. I prefer the other address you came. You came with another address or not? A green one? Large? No, okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Doesn't matter. Okay, welcome. Jessica Ferrey. Nothing happened. Nothing. Jessica Ferrey, please. Executive Director, the Foods Capital by the Lice Network for France. Caroline Couret, Executive Director, Creative Tourist Network. Don't tell me, from France. La France. Ah, también de aquí? Ah. Oh, surprise. Oh, from heart, Barcelona from the heart. And Sara Roversi, please, President Future Food Institute from Italy. And Stefan Schmidt, Executive Director, Cropcast, please. Croptask, Germany. Eurovision on the stage. An applause for them, enjoy. Good luck. Good luck.
Hola, hola. Can you hear me now? Good morning, everybody. I hope you all could grab a coffee. It was kind of crowded, I could see. So we'll be seeing people entering with their coffee now, don't panic. And I hope next coffee break we will have more time to enjoy the coffee. M'agradaria molt agrair a les autoritats de la Generalitat per rebre'ns en aquest lloc tan especial. Moltíssimes gràcies. So, in order to start the second panel, this is a very long and intense panel with a lot of representatives from different regions. So I would like to ask you to try to stick to 3 minutes. Then we will have a second round of interventions, so you can add more ideas. I may have some questions to ask you all. So please try to stay in 3 minutes. And this second dialogue is about the cultural value of food. And just to give a small introduction, after all the things that have been said, I think most of it have been said, but I was thinking that we can consider food as that part of the culture that we take inside, literally. We incorporate literally since we are kids, from our mothers, from our grandparents, from at the school, at everybody. So it has a very special value. And I would like to know some experiences, some comments from our fellow guests here, starting with Patrick Torrent-Queralt. He is the Executive Director of the Catalan Tourism Board and in charge of the Food and Wine Tourism Plan 2022-2027 here in Catalonia. So, Patrick, endavant, si us plau.
Gràcies, Omar. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And thank you especially to IGCAT for inviting us to share our vision about what is the strategy plan for wine and gastronomy tourism for Catalonia. Everything started identifying our purpose. From tourism in Catalonia, our purpose is to give well-being to the community through the values of travel. This well-being to the community includes not only the prosperity, not only the wealth, not only thank you, but all the elements that are involved in the harmony, in the sustainability, in the social and cultural sustainability as well. And for us, gastronomy is one of the pillars of that. It's for the reason that in 2022, just after the pandemic, the government of Catalonia and the Department of Labor and Enterprise decided to create this new strategy, this new plan with this purpose to define a model of tourism development that positions Catalonia as a leading international wine and food destination. Thanks to that, we decided to present our candidature to become World Region of Gastronomy. It was one of the elements in this objective, in this path. But following this purpose, providing well-being to the community, to the values of traveling, creating this conscious tourism that helps us to attract conscious travelers, and obviously that has probably the main opportunity to transform our tourism from volume to value. That is our main challenge we have. And gastronomy is a particular pillar of that. It's for the reason that now in the new strategy that we presented just on 10 July in Barcelona is based not only in these 4D that are mentioning in this slide. It's not only deseasonalization, diversification, decongestion, and distribution of expenditure. It's much more. It's including the resident at the center. It's including sustainability as a condition and not as an option. And it's including the loyalty, and it's including, obviously, the change and the transformation of the brand, enlarging the spectrum of the brand, including not only tourism, but including all the elements that are part of our culture and our singularity. And talking about singularity, obviously, is gastronomy in the center of this capacity to give singularity and identity to our destination. And what are our 9 goals for this strategy? First one, the Catalan cuisine. The Catalan cuisine as a pillar of the Catalonia brand. For us, it's crucial to identify Catalonia as a singular destination, and we need to have the contributions from gastronomy and from culture, 2 pillars of our identity and our singularity. The second one, emotional narrative. We need to create a emotional link between the visitors and the destination. That's crucial, and gastronomy is a good contributor, a great asset in order to achieve this emotional objective. The third one, integrating our offering, our structure, our producers, our restaurants, all the value chain of the gastronomic experiences must go together in order to achieve the objectives that we are defining in this strategy. The fourth, highlighting the cultural heritage, highlighting not only the cultural heritage, but our landscapes and our patrimonial heritage. Promoting new facilities, new signage, and new infrastructure in order to facilitate the gastronomic experience. Fostering innovation, specialization in development of combined products. Why not to combine cycle tourism with gastronomy, golf with gastronomy, now that we are talking about the next Ryder Cup in Girona? Why not to combine these 2 elements? Family tourism with gastronomy. Why we need to go to the restaurants, to the family restaurants, eating always the same? We need to change it, we need to transform it in order to contribute to the education of the new generations as well. Professionalization of this value chain. We need to professionalize all the value chain in order to guarantee the best possible experiences. Establishing an intelligence system. The data is crucial. We cannot manage what we cannot measure, and it's for this reason that we need to work in this intelligence system, and at the end defining this governance model. Governance that we are now managing together with the Agriculture Department, that I think the result of this event and all the events in the World Region of Gastronomy is a good example of that, but we need to include them, the private sector, and why not in the future the resident in the governance of the model. It's for the reason that we are working in these 6 strategic areas: in infrastructures, in digital transition, in attractiveness and competitiveness of the tourism product, in the wine and food identity and culture, in tactical product marketing, this conscious marketing that is going behind the elements that are more visible, that are working in these elements that are probably not so evident. Like, for example, the mindset of the people. We are now looking for the mindset of the demand, not only for the traditional and evident elements that motivate visits in the destination, and at the end, creating a network of destinations and businesses. And it's in this last point where I want to express my gratitude to IGCAT in order to facilitating the capacity to create network among us, the learn from others, the identify opportunities, the work together, because the transformation is obviously a global transformation, not an individual transformation. And we need to go together, because alone we go not faster, but together we could go obviously far. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and Patrick. I will come back to you later when we finish the first round. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ludovico Rocatello, and he's the director Knowledge Hub and Slow Food that is globally based in Italy, but I understand you are now based in Brussels, trying to open the new horizons from there. So please, Ludovico.
Yes, thank you. And yes, I moved to Brussels for that, not for the weather, honestly. So for an Italian, it's very tough 3 minutes. I'll do my best. Thank you for the invitation, first of all. We are honored to be here among many friends. And today, I wanted to start from to frame the discussion we are doing with the overall perspective that I think is a part of the contribute we should do as a global organization. So today we produce, we all know, but just to frame the discussion again, we produce more food than what we need to feed all of us. More food than what we need. Still today, we have almost 1 billion people suffering from malnutrition. 1/3 of the global food production is loss. FAO data. So I just want to start from here to remind us, when we talk about such an important topic, that this is the broad context we are facing. And the issue of the hunger and the access to food and to quality food for all of us is a political issue. It's not about agronomic. We don't have to produce more. It's a political issue. And this touched the very core point for us for discussion of future of food and the culture. We have climate crisis. IPCC tell us we have 10 years to mitigate the impact, not to solve the problem, to mitigate the impact. This is what we are facing. Food system and our current food system is among the main cause. It's among the main victim of climate crisis. And our challenge is, can it be a part of the solution? And in order to do that, the discussion of today is crucial. It's crucial because, as we were saying yesterday with Diane, we need to change the narrative. It's not about finding some specific punctual initiatives, specific punctual solutions. We need a paradigm shift. We need to change how our food system works. And we need food meant not as profit, but as in a very capitalistic approach, but food meant as a culture and a part of our common good, and that's the only narrative possible to overcome this systemic issue. Systemic issues means systemic solutions. So to highlight the systemic approach on the one side, and always think about these solutions in a broader way, and second component, diversity. We cannot build alternatives without diversity. We cannot build alternative systems, alternative models, as we all are doing, without this diversity, biological and cultural diversity, which is going to be lost, both sides. Food, slow food proposed to synthesize should be good, meaning culturally relevant, clean, meaning health, clean for the environment and for us, for our health, and should be fair. Fair, because our upside for the environmental issues, there is a huge problems in terms of social conditions. So I want to conclude to strengthen this element. Food as a culture is the only solution. This paradigm shift is the only solution to really rethink the way we work and rethink the way we eat globally. And I just want to conclude with this metaphor, like when you cross the river, you cannot stop in the middle. You need to go all the way, otherwise the current takes you away. So we are right there, because now we do have an understanding of the value of biological diversity, the value of cultural diversity. We all are active on this. Either we are able to link it with the ecological component, with the social component, or that won't be enough. So when we talk about any of our initiative, always keep in mind this is the broader picture we are facing, and this is really what makes the difference in what we are creating. And there, yes, food will be a crucial part of our culture.
Thank you. Thank you, Ludovico. Very, very inspiring intervention, very inspiring words. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Patrick Sam from the Creative and Culture and Investment in Namibia. So, Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. You can hear me? Good morning, everybody. I'm from Namibia. My name is Patrick Sam, and I think, Ludo, thank you for setting the scene so well for me, because I want to expand the principles that you were speaking about from being political to saying that, yes, it's politics that has to deal with the architecture of decision-making, but also what's fundamental in that ecosystem is people and the issue of power. So we're dealing with politics, people, and power. And I think the essence of systemic is to first understand from a political perspective, what is the system? What is a cultural ecosystem look like? What does it entail? And through understanding, I think, the vastness of this ecosystem, we are able to make the connections between food and dance, or food and photography, or food and intangible cultural heritage, or food and when we're speaking about filmmaking, where does that intersection, where does the intersectionality lie? And I think for me as an African, having gone through many years of oppression and dehumanization, which is essentially what we're speaking about, food has to be the driver for dignity. Food has to ensure dignity for all. And what does dignity mean, particularly in cultures where we have been genocided, where we have been oppressed? Dignity becomes the foundation of our humanization. The fact that we are human is the fact that we have dignity. I think people become questionable with the issue of dignity when you don't have access to food, for instance. So what is dignity? Dignity is the right to a cultural life that's protected under conventions you spoke about. But on the other hand, it's also a right to a livelihood. So the combination of these two things define this issue of dignity. So, and we learned this in COVID as governments very well. We were first like, protect the lives, and then we were like, oh no, open the shops. And we're like, no, close the shop. No. But inherently the knowledge is that you can't separate them. So I think it's important when we speak about people and power to understand what is this international framework. For instance, UNESCO speaks about early on the ICH of 2003. But I think the 2005 convention also provides an opportunity here, particularly when it comes to the culture and the creative industry. Those are the subsectors that are in it. And then within that, we're talking about various forms of diverse cultural expressions. And I think the link is in terms of human fulfillment. When are you fulfilled? When you're eating and listening to music and you sing some art, you're like, oh, life is so good, Like Italians, that's why they have that little thing, because the food is good, the architecture is good, the sounds are good, and so you feel good. And I think that's important in terms of why are we alive? What's the purpose of life and what is the purpose of culture? Particularly when it comes to culture being the way we live and or expressing the way we live. And I think the issue of expression and the way we live has to deal with dignity. That's the framework. So these are just some figures from a global perspective for politicians here. Sometimes they don't have the language when they speak about it. They can say, you know what, we want food systems to ensure dignity. But I think the biggest message in my experience as a public policy specialist is to tell politicians that are here that food systems are a national resource, they are a regional resource, they are a local resource. And once they understand it as resources, politicians understand returns on investment. Their entire election is subject to the well-being of people. So I think when we're able to speak the language they understand, it might not just be political economy, but I think understanding the ecosystem at a global level is that. And you can see what the sector provides: 3.1% of the GDP, 6.2% of global employment. For me at Namibian level, just to give you a regional perspective, it constitutes about 2% of our national GDP. So is the sector significant? Yes. We can all agree on that. And now the question is, how do we make it more impactful? And I'll just skip because how do we make it more impactful? I think I'm currently busy drafting the national strategy for Namibia. And there were two things. Under the ICH, there was mention of cuisine and gastronomy, but there was no real intentional intervention to say, what is the national framework I need to look at? And what we did was we integrated the international framework, UNESCO 2005, that does not include gastronomy. And then we've localized the framework by saying, how do we as Namibians use the international clusters, which you see on top there, the clusters are the same, but the activities that we listed, we changed. Again, to ensure diversity, even in policy making. So the reason why I put this slide there is to say, a policy is your dream. It is part of a framework. And in order to get gastronomy to be taken seriously, you have to get it into the policy framework, right? Because policy frameworks tell the nation what is a priority, and priorities get funded. All right, so the issue of resources is an issue of priorities, right? Why and how do we make an issue a priority? We speak about the need for how food is a driver for human dignity, and I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you very much, Patrick. Now, I would like to give the floor to Jessica Frey. She's the Executive Director of the Food Capitals by Delhi's Network. I think you are based in France. So, Jessica, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Gracias. Thank you to Diane for having us here. I think I'm not going to be able to say as well as everything that you've said already, so I just want to build on it like I can. To say, so the Food Capitals is a network of cities, and IGCAT is a network of regions, and we're talking about how together that's where we're going to make change. And so with the regional level and the cities level, I think that as networks, we have the opportunity to create those conversations that we're talking about, move these issues forward, and build food and show that food is culture and food is life, which is, I think, what you're saying too. So the Food Capitals represents 27 cities currently, and in 3 minutes, I won't be able to share 27 different examples of how we fit into this. So I chose a little bit arbitrarily 3 stories I want to share with you, but I also want to let you know that in the room, we have a few of our food capitals. We have Izmir, who is present. We have San Antonio. We have Barcelona and Castelldefels, where the hotel is, where most of us are staying. So you can go find them to find more stories that I won't be able to share with you. But to answer the question today, a little bit, I'm going to talk about the rural-urban connection, which I think is one of the ways that we can help protect and promote the local cultural heritage, to get the local food, like we heard from the chef earlier this morning, you know, that education of what's in your plate, what are you eating, and ensuring that it's coming from the local fields that we drive through when we came here. So one example of how at the food policy level and at the city level this is happening, and then also how networks can inspire each other by hearing the stories that are happening. One example was that Brussels started a speed dating moment between the farmers, the food producers, and then the local restaurants and the distributors. And there they could meet, exchange, and finally have that conversation that we're talking about. And it's up to the city sometimes to be that role, that connector, because the farmer doesn't know how to talk to the restaurant owner always. That inspired other cities to do similar things. So this photo is of Lyon, called Un Terroir Connu, and they did the same thing. They had a speed networking moment or speed meeting, speed dating, to come together and meet those local rural and urban connectors. After that, Montreal was also, so all the way across the ocean, inspired, and they just launched their first speed dating network or speed dating moment, and it's going in different cities. So that's one example. And then my other example, a little bit different, is to talk about the cultural identity. So maybe a little bit closer to the first panel, but I think it all comes together in the end. How are we protecting and promoting the cultural identity of our cities, of the gastronomy of our cities, that heritage, but also like the chef said this morning, the future and being relevant to today, because things are changing and we do have to adapt. So I'm going to use the example of Castelldefels, actually, and I want to let you know that the food capitals will be in Castelldefels and Barcelona next year in May, so you'll have an opportunity to taste what I'm going to tell you about. A few cities are deciding to create new recipes or recipes that are based on old recipes but with a new, fresh perspective, to become the local identity, their gastronomy identity. So now there's the Arroz de Castelldefels. It's their own recipe that was built on many years of research. 500 pages of book exists about this by Jordi Tresserras, who researched that, and it shows it's the local identity of the sea, the mountain, the local farmlands that are right nearby. And so I hope that you will be able to taste this. You taste the local identity in your plates. It's now become a way for tourism to attract tourists, but also for the local community to be proud that they have their own dish and they get to say, you know, you come taste the Arroz de Castelldefels when you're in Spain, next to Barcelona. And a similar one just happened, and more at the community level of how you involve your community to be proud of what you're doing. This is the Gothenburg meal in Gothenburg that was just revealed a few weeks ago, and it was a year-long competition of local chefs producing recipes that would be more sustainable, more seasonal, but based on that local identity and the local heritage that exists there. And Gothenburg is also a very diverse city, so they wanted to make sure that it includes not just the usual suspects, let's say, but that history and culture and heritage that's there. So this is the Gothenburg meal is what was revealed. It was done by the tourism office, Göteborg Co., but it will now be, that project will now be held under the city. So to show also that that city and the food policy level is so important. And so here, they're taking this project. It's also part of gastro diplomacy. They just served this at a UN meal last week to showcase this new meal, but that also represents that local culture and heritage. I think that I said everything that I wanted to say. Yes, and so I hope that you will come here more, taste some of this next year. And on World Food Day, which is October 16th, coming right up, you are some of the first to know that the Food Capitals is launching a new podcast called Cities at the Table. It will be launched on October 16th, so please listen in, and we would love to invite you to our table to continue these conversations. Thank you.
Just on time. Thank you very much, Jessica. I would like to give the floor to Caroline Couret. She's the Executive Director of the Creative Tourism Network. Please, Caroline.
Yeah. Good morning, bon dia, moltes gràcies per la invitació. Well, I accepted the challenge to speak in 3 minutes, unless you like the music, which is not so bad, actually. But my approach, we all have very diverse approach. Mine is from the creative tourism, which is another network, but we are transversal as well, in the way that, well, I would just give you some ideas about what we mean by creative tourism, because there are a lot of interpretation. It is when we were still in the mainstream of tourism that appeared new trends in which we saw that the travelers were more interested in having hands-on experiences that really enable them to explore and to understand the local culture. And when we speak about local culture, it is kilometer zero culture, which means that we won't cook the same thing in a place than 10 kilometers further. And with a touch of creativity and art. And guess what? gastronomy was on the top, still the beginning. Be they food, culinary, cuisine, call it as you want, but it was really on the top of the experiences. That completely changed the ecosystem in the territory. It also allows territory to be positioned through this, but especially for the organization and the conception of these experiences. Because, of course, we could no longer bet on the tourism industry, but we had to include new actors, the dream makers, as we mentioned this morning, the aunties, the grannies, all these people who were not from the industry. But to do it well, we had to respect, of course, the very local intangible heritage, which meant that all these experiences created in a very specific place had to reflect the local DNA, the local storytelling, without external marketing. It just by doing. So just very brief example. This is in Canada, in the Magdalene Islands. We are very far from here, in which they create festival in order to thematic festival around local products. So each year they change the thematic. In this case, it was about the cow, and the craftsmen, the artists, the singers, the dancers produced and co-created together a festival to give tribute to the cow, which is one of the products. This is another example in the French Riviera, in a small village that is very famous for glass blowing, but they also organize performances like this in which they merge cooking experience with chef, as we can see here with oyster, while they, the artists create the glass blowing. Another example that I think is very paradigmatic, I really love it, it is in the south of Portugal, in Algarve, in the city of Lolé. This experience allows the tourist to learn how to create a traditional meal. That means that the first day they enter into an empty room, there is nothing. With 5 days or 1 week, they have the opportunity to work with all the local craftsmen to, of course, create all the recipients with ceramic, the furniture, and then, of course, the meal. So that's really an example, I think, of experience that also reach, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals, because we are recovering all the know-hows, all the skills, all the traditions, both for the travelers, but of course for the locals themselves. And finally, Lamia told about this morning. This is one of my favorite projects I think I will have in my life. We implemented for the GIZ the culinary route of Tunisia, whose aim was to precisely try to offer an opportunity alternative to Tunisia close to the resort and all-inclusive. And we created a roadmap with all the local communities throughout the countries in order for the travelers to be able to come throughout the year, which means that in the south, of course, we cannot go during the summer, but during the winter, they had new opportunity to go there. And this way to balance also and try, well, not to solve, but at least to be adapted to the climate change. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Music.
I'm amazed how well you are complying with the time restrictions we have. So now we have to change the order here at the end because the slides are in the same, they are fixed, we cannot change. So we will skip you, sorry, and we will go to Mr. Stefan Schmidt. He's the executive director from the Crop Trust. And I think that you are globally based in Germany. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Stefan Schmitz. I'm the executive director of the Global Crop Diversity Trust, or Crop Trust for short. 95% of my time when in conferences, so I talk to people from agriculture, environment, and climate specialists and the like. And it's great for me trying to build the bridge between what we are doing and gastronomy, arts, culture, and tourism. And what brings us together? No? No slides?
That way.
I could without slide, it would be sad. One minute. It comes. Okay. So what brings us together is the crop diversity. I mean, most of cuisine, of our food, is based on crops, on seeds. There are exceptions. We eat mushrooms. We eat fish, and so. But most of it is linked to the crops and the seeds from crops. This is, I would say, the perfect dystopia. That looks colorful. That looks diverse. Look at the ingredients. It's all the same, right? This is the perfect horror, I would say. The perfect horror. And if we need another model. And I try to capture this with this one piece of art by a friend of mine I very much appreciate for the work he is doing on bringing seeds into an artistic context. Diversity, to make it again a little bit more scientific, exists on different levels. It's first a different crop, on the level of crop species, as you see here, right? We have bananas, we have broccoli, we have tomatoes, carrots, and all that. That is a diversity we usually have in mind. Yeah, and it's hard enough to keep this diversity alive and to use it all. Lots of this has disappeared. We would like to bring it back, conserve it, and make it available for use. But diversity also exists within individual crop species. Yeah, there are only a few examples of maize, of corn. There are more than 100,000. Yeah, most of them collected in one of the seed banks in Mexico, one of our partners I will come back to in a minute. And likewise important, diversity exists within individual crop varieties. Yeah, difference like humans. Yeah, we are not all the same. We are not clones, right? We are so diverse. This is the genetic diversity. Yeah, and all those diversity matters. Oops, that's already. You don't allow me to show more? Okay, so that's it. Okay, okay. So you have probably reserved it for my second part. But again, okay. We are losing more than 75% of diversity. I showed here has been lost from the fields within the last century. Yeah, and the Crop Trust is doing its best to provide technical and financial support to gene banks, to seed banks all around the world to make sure that we keep this diversity and bring this diversity back to research and breeding, but also to to the agricultural reality, and therefore also back to gastronomy, to arts, culture, and so on. So I think that is something we should keep in mind. I hope I have the chance to show a few more slides in a minute. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefan, and we hope that during the second round, your remaining slides will be showing. So now I would like to give the floor and introduce Ms. Sara Roversi. She's the president of Future Food Institute in Italy. So Sara, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this invitation. Actually, I just landed from New York. I was in New York for the United Nations General Assembly and the Climate Week, and All your words actually were pretty connected with what I've been hearing in a kind of a paradox that we are living. We're talking about the most essential thing we hold in our hands, food, what is connecting us with our communities, our heritage, our identity. And we've seen food weaponized in the last months ago, and we understand how much the work that we all in this room are doing is absolutely fundamental, because around the table probably no one can fight, no one is fighting. And the table is the place where we can build peace back again. So I founded the Future Food Institute many years ago, in a sense where basically we were seeing food really at the epicenter. And we started with the frame of integral ecology, understanding that we need to keep everything in balance, the political vision, preserving the environment, regenerating the environment, thinking about health, thinking about our community, the cultural pillar and economies that needs to be always in balance. Then back in 2020, after we spent all our time flying around the world looking for innovation in the innovation epicenters, the Bay Area and Wageningen and Singapore, all around the world where technology was driving innovation, we bumped into something that have very deep roots, that is Mediterranean diet. And someone during the G20 back in 2017 told me, you always talk about food and climate, you never talk about your roots. We belong from the Mediterranean. This is an incredible source of knowledge, heritage. And from this, that was probably our first internet, our first web in history, we have been learning that diversity is the first principle that we need to preserve. And from there, this place, basically, we decided to go back to our roots and understand that to start the real innovation, we need to go back and learn from our heritage. So now the Future Food Institute started at his international campus back in 2020 in Pollica, that is the Italian emblematic community of Mediterranean diet. But of course, we are together with other 6 emblematic communities, and I have the honor really to coordinate this secretariat. Probably here there is also Fundación Dieta Mediterránea and our partners from Spain as well. And what we have been learning is that we are lucky enough to have 3,000 years of history, where the Greek philosophers were teaching us that we need to keep in balance humans and nature. And in the same place, the Salernitana Medical School was teaching us that we need to think about what we are eating, because food is our medicine. And someone else, after the World War, came in Pollica, codifying Mediterranean diet, Ansel Keys and Margaret Honey. They came there learning not from amazing scientists, they were the scientists. They came there starting learning from their grandma, Delia. She's still alive. Learning around the table, learning from farmers, learning from fishermen. And lucky enough, I'm talking to Crop Trust because some of your colleagues came to visit us. We are embedded in the Geopark of Cilento that is holding 1/3 of the biodiversities of the Mediterranean. And you go around the farms and you discover that those farmers are practicing regen farming, not because it's cool, not because of Kiss the Ground. They are practicing regen farming since 3,000 years. And by chance, there's lots of biodiversity. And by chance, this sea every year is awarded as one of the cleanest sea. And by chance, there are lots of slow food procedure because still we have people that are putting culture, heritage, living heritage at the epicenter. And so if we connect the dots, farmers, fishermen, grandmas, grandpas, ancestral knowledge are probably the starting point. This year we are celebrating the 15th anniversary of Mediterranean diet as UNESCO heritage. And at the end of the year, probably, let's cross our finger, we are going to have the final resolution for the World Day of Mediterranean Diet. This is the reason why we are working with the entire global and international coalition on that. Because this is a development model that is linking to the sentence that Ansel Keys was telling us, eat well, stay well, and save the planet, that we consider the real algorithm for longevity.
Thank you. Just on time, thank you very much. And sorry, it was my bad. You were in the right order. I had a wrong, yes. You were not supposed to be the last. I'm so sorry. So, in order to start the second round, and Patrick, I would like to ask you, I mean, in 2016 you became European Region of Gastronomy, Catalonia, and in last year you became World Region of Gastronomy. How can you see that it affected your strategy or the situation in the gastronomy or in your priority, let's say, having these two recognitions from IGCAT?
I think it's not so easy to understand why are we candidating to become World Region of Gastronomy without taking into consideration our position as a European Region of Gastronomy in 2016. For us, it was the first step. It was the first step, but trying to identify the challenge that we needed to face on that time. It was to use gastronomy from the tourism perspective, from the tourism point of view, gastronomy as one of the elements that helps us to reinforce our identity and our singularity, and in particular the triangle between cuisine, product and territory as the triangle, the perfect triangle, the virtuous triangle that helps us to position Catalonia as a destination with this singularity and this own identity. Now, close to 10 years later, our challenge is different because a lot of things changed on that time. First of all, because we suffered a pandemic that stopped the world and helped us to create a new narrative, a new storytelling, and a new conception about what we want as a destination. I think we are more conscious than ever. The governments are more conscious than ever. The capacity to transform is a reality, is a possibility. Even when we finished the pandemic, we were thinking nothing has been changed. Everything is more or less similar. And what are our learnings from that time? No, I think now, some years later, we can identify these learnings. And one of the learnings is the consciousness. The consciousness is everywhere, in the sector, in the industry, in the companies, in the restaurants, in the producers. And now we can think in another challenge, in another level of challenge, that is thinking, how can we transform our productive model in a more regenerative way? How can we transform the world thanks to this regenerative production model based on the agro-food regenerative production and the tourism regenerative experience? For us, it's crucial because it's one of the elements that helps us to transform everything. Starting with gastronomy, starting with gastronomy tourism and wine tourism, but spreading this model, spreading this learning from all over the travel industry. It's for the reason we are so interested in the success of this transformation, the success of this plan, the success of this new model, because we think that is the way to go from the volume to the value, but at the same way to have a more regenerative model. When Vanuatu was talking about regeneration in Vanuatu, I think the difference between Vanuatu and Catalonia are huge, but at the end, behind these differences, there are exactly the same. The capacity to transform for a better future our communities and using these elements, probably small elements, in order to do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Ludovico, you're the second on the second round. It was a very nice and interesting introduction you made to slow food. But to go from the talk, how can we walk the walk? Would you like to share with us some tangible examples of things you have done or good practices you have identified?
Of course, and well, slow food is in 160 countries now with our network and thousands of local communities. So I'll try to make a summary. I'll start from, let's say, synthesize around 3 main priorities we work on. The first one is about, I did something, well, if there is anything I can do, well, thanks. So, first of all, biodiversity, we talked about that. That is the basic point. It's the most important, it's the starting point for everything. So, biological diversity and cultural diversity. We already mentioned that many times, but that's really the starting point. And we have this catalog that gathers around 6,000, over 6,000 items of products that are at risk of extinction. And it's crowd mapping from the local communities. Second, you need the people, because as we were saying, for biodiversity preservation, you need also the people involved. You need to involve the communities, the local communities, the professionals, so farmers. And we are developing now a wide list of farms that are able to join the activities and to start cultivating agroecologically around in their context. And of course, sorry, I have some issues with this clearly, but and then of course professionals. So well, anyway, I'll go on like this. So we need to involve first biodiversity, defense of biological and cultural preservation, and you need to catalog, you need to involve the people who are producing it, you need to involve the professionals who are working around this sector. So cooks, for example, who are the first interlocutor for the consumers, as well as people working on that. The second component is education. Is education because either knowledge, all of the culture is all about knowledge and sharing this knowledge. If it's a knowledge I only have, that's not culture, that's me. But culture is a shared knowledge, and you need to have people to do this. You need to have these kind of initiatives. You need to have, for example, school gardens, as well as work with professionals to train them and also train the new generation of professionals. And third, you need to advocate, because we talked about the power asymmetries that are governing our current food system, and we need to be able to tackle them. We need to be able to act and to influence both private and public sector, because either we do it or we won't have enough time. We are in a hurry. There is an urgency that really should make us think, what's my plan for these next 10 years to mitigate the change? And finally, we need to involve people and to gather, like we are doing today. We need to be able to exchange this kind of practice. That's why we organize big events, in order to gather all of these people, all of this network around the same issues, and to be able to discuss with them and to exchange inputs. And it's very clear how many interconnections there are. So I would just want to conclude on highlighting an aspect, which is food culture is a deep tool in order to do all of these aspects. Because either we allowed people to acknowledge the difference between a product and another, between the diversity behind the dystopia, which is our current food system, or there won't be chance. We need to be able to empower people to recognize this difference. We need to be able to empower institutions to understand this difference. We need to be able to allow the private sector, because they own a big part of the power. So we have a very big duty in front of us, which is shifting this culture by empowering also ourselves. And that's, first of all, a reminder for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ludovico. Now, we'd like to go now to Patrick, Mr. Patrick Sam. And Patrick, you were insisting on the importance of prioritizing food systems. So, but why do you think it has, and what is the main impact it has in people's lives? I mean, please.
Before I just conclude and answer the question on prioritization, I think in our collective imagination, I think these power deficits, the most powerful tool that we have, the reason why we are here, is to come together to collectively imagine a world that we want to live in. And essentially, I was on a platform last week in Salzburg, and one of the indigenous ladies from Mexico said, everything we speak about fits either a utopian or a dystopian context. I think it's time to up that barrier and speak about a protopia, a world that we have collectively imagined that we want to live in, where we have the agency, where we have the power to decide what we produce and what we consume. The collective imagination as an instrument is the most powerful tool we have to overcome these power systems. And we cannot collectively imagine when we don't come together collectively in a systematic, planned, and strategic manner. And I think the essence of this first Gastronomy Summit is to say we're tired. We're tired of what's been happening. We're tired of the fragmentation. We're tired of the fact that Namibian kids love hot dogs more than they love the kapana because that's what they see in a children's animation. And they want to imitate that. So where are our food stories in our animations when it comes to children's stories? Where is the narrative when it comes to an intergenerational conversation? And the thing we have to accept is that there is a deficit between where we want to be and where we are. There is a deficit where we want to be and where we are, and that's the urgency. It is the inability to accept this that makes us think it's business as usual. That it's nonchalantness when it comes to the dignity of people, where food is used as a colonial tool, where food is used as a tool to dehumanize people. We're tired of that. I think that message must be loud, that we have now come together at whatever level to consolidate a sense of imagination for the world where we will have a protopia, where we will respond to this deficit. How are we going to respond to the deficit? It's a shared responsibility. It's at various levels, and we need action at all levels. The first one is your personal responsibility to telling the story. In not just saying it, in what you do. What do you eat? Why do you eat that? Under what conditions and circumstances is at the first level? Then you shift it to a family level. Then you shift it to community. Then your little Catalonia region, and then you shift it to Spain, and then it's Europe, and then all of a sudden it's the world, and then it's humanity. But there needs to be action at all levels at all times. This idea that the shared responsibility only happens horizontally in community, it's also a vertical structure, has to be embedded in the way that we live, which is our culture. So just to closing, the key stakeholders. Who are the key stakeholders? Public sector. Why? They provide the architecture for decision making. And public resources. They are important in that regard. Private sector, why are they important? For investment. It's like we've got the car, but now we need the fuel. Can you please give us the fuel? That's what Professor Dr. Diane Dodd's been doing. I have the vehicle. Can you give me the fuel and we'll take you to the rest of the world and show you the diversity in the food systems that we have. Let's give her the fuel, and thank you to the Catalonian government for giving her the fuel to bring us here today. Last third one, civil society is key because civil society ensures participation. Participation of young people, participation of universities, academia. Civil society ensures that this enabling ecosystem, participation becomes a priority. And lastly, food lovers. Right? We talk about influences and personalities, right? I go around, travel the world, I eat this thing, I talk about it, I put it on social media or anti-social media, you know, you can decide what it is currently. But the point is, this ecosystem is a shared responsibility, and we have to evade the ecosystem when it comes to food. It has to be ecosystem. And so if the world wants things that we have never had, we have to do things that we have never done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick. Now, Jessica, would you like to share with us, in order to go a little bit to the harder side of life, some of the obstacles you may be experiencing in the work you do?
How do I follow this? Well, I don't know if I will answer the question.
The first obstacle.
I think I'm going to bounce off on everything that I've heard right now. I like to play bingo at these kinds of conferences and hear the words that write down the words that we're hearing a lot. And what I've heard a lot today is imagination, culture, hope. And I think that by putting food at the center of culture, which is what we're doing here with you, Diane, I think that's so important, is through culture, that's how we can imagine a better future. It gives us that space. It's how we can put imagination to work, is through culture. And if we put gastronomy under that umbrella of culture, I think we're going to be able to advance that. And I think the inspiration of knowing that, you know, it's our job I'm not that old, but I feel older than some too. It's our job to pave the way for the younger generations to go forward. I was in a different conference earlier this week, and we started going down this really dark, hopeless conversation, and we were all like, okay, well, actually, what can we do? We're at the worst, you know, and we're not even at the worst. Maybe there's worse coming. So we should give up. And then we're at this conference to make sure that we don't give up. And I think here we're all together here too to make sure that we don't give up. And so while I could talk about even more challenges and things like that, I think I want to talk about hope. And I want to talk about using our collective imagination, our collective intelligence, and this cross-sectorial diversity that we have here is so important. Talking about protecting the crops, all the way to talking about dancing and food and some of the examples we heard together here. I think that's where hope can come from. And so maybe I'll leave on a small example of how some of this can be intertwined between the corn, the maíz that you showed, is some of our cities, another network, the UNESCO Creative Cities of Gastronomy and the Food Capitals a few years ago decided to let's use the maíz as something. And so they created the Pueblos del Maíz project. And so San Antonio is here and can talk about that too, and the city of Tucson. And now we're going to try to involve Castelldefels and Mérida, who have thought about and used maíz in their ancient recipes and heritage. And how do we put that together in this collective imagination for the future and a better future through food? So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Caroline, would you like to share with us any additional comments or challenges or obstacles?
I think I will finish my career of provocateur before starting it, because we are in the humanism area. Actually, about the question, the key question, which is about opportunities and challenges, which is, of course, the base of everything. In the case of creative tourism as being creativity, the main elements of human, I think that in both cases, the answer of challenges and of opportunities is human. So I don't know, I had prepared, 2 minutes. Some example, opportunities. Well, the creative tourism, be they for gastronomy or for other kind of sector, offers territories that were not touristic to become a new destination, because they no need to have the Eiffel Tower, to Sagrada Familia, they just need to show how to bake the bread, and have very good examples in which in a village or in cities there is much more interest in doing this kinds of activities than visiting the museum. Well, I don't know if it's good, but at least it is. And so this way, that also helped to counterbalance the mobility as well, as I showed with Tunisia, for instance. And these opportunities are endless, because as we have just mentioned, there are lovers and enthusiasts for everything. For coffee, for spices, for cheese, for bread, or for all at the same time, of course. And also because of humans are so diverse, they have different interests in food. Some will be more explorer, or the more classy, or the more showcasing and exhibitionist, and so on. So that really opens the door to all the local stakeholders, private, to be creative and to think about new things. They don't have to compete, they have to network in order to create destinations that offer a wide panel of all these kinds. And as Patrick Torrent mentioned as well, this is not just about exclusively gastronomy, of course. We can combine it with all the segments. Actually, when I was implementing the culinary route in Tunisia, all the grannies, the aunties perceived how I was a nightmare in the kitchen. So they proposed me to learn Arabic, and I learned more. It was like linguistic tourism, because say, well, no worry, we're gonna cook and just sing with us and learn some words, and it's gonna be okay. So it can be every kind of tourism that combine on this. And now what about the challenges? Well, of course, the one we have mentioned as well, with especially the difficulty of connecting with such a diverse ecosystem. And especially because this is a kind of creative tourism is a human resources tourism. We are not opening a museum, we are not opening monuments. We are really relying on the volunteer of people to share their knowledge, to share their skills, to share their life and their home in most of the cases. So what happened is that they have a main activity, which used to be producing products, selling them in the markets. So we have to accompany them in order to motivate them all the time, because of course their priority in the short term is to pay the bill on the day after. So we have to show them that there is some possibility in the short term or mid-term to build something much more resilient and sustainable.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you very much. Now, Sarah, we go in the right order now. Yes, sorry. Sarah, sometimes you speak about the leaving good ancestors for future lands. That is a very interesting concept, and it relates also to leadership and to create good leaders. How is your work related to this, if you'd like to develop this idea or to comment on any other of your fellows' ideas?
And I think that after this week, we can tell that we need good leaders everywhere in the world. But let's go on the presentation. I have a very short video that I'm gonna just launch while I'm talking. Of course, this territory is teaching us exactly that we need this kind of good leaders. And I'm telling that because, of course, when you are bumping into a community that was able to transfer a living heritage for centuries, you feel and you understand that those kind of leadership need to be expressed also in all the other contexts. Because without this opportunity to transfer this knowledge, we're going to lose a massive source of wealth, knowledge, values. And now, of course, the risk is that Carmela, Maria, Concetta are going to lose their power. So these kids that you see are the ones that have grandmas and grandpas that are still growing their olive oil. One of them is 98 years old, is living alone with no caregivers, and his brain is faster than mine. Whether my grandma in Bologna is, of course, with the caregivers since many years. So I started really connecting the dots and understanding that these kids are very lucky, like all the kids living in marginal areas that are high potential marginal areas, because they're full of biodiversity, good water, soil, but also the good knowledge, and still a level of humanity and connection and respect for the table, respect for the time together, time dedicated to care about the soil, the environment, relationship, Sunday lunch. It seems naive to say that, but it's not. Because when we arrive around the table in our big cities, we have Deliveroo. My son is one kebab, the other one wants sushi, the other one wants pizza. And we are cutting the time we're spending around the table, choosing what we're eating. The kitchen is losing its importance. The kitchen is the fire of the house, is where things happen, where secrets are shared, where grandmas are telling stories. So the fact of going back to that for us became the opportunity to create a school to bring back, let's say, integral human development. Now with the raising of AI, that is a wave that is going completely to screw up our world, the risk is that we are losing the opportunity to be connected with what is important and fundamental. And as you see, we want to be connected with innovation, technology. We are running lots of scientific projects, measuring what are those parameters, because Ansel Keys moved there because it was inspired by grandpas and grandpas, centenarian people, and their level of health. So we're measuring. We need scientists. We need science together with us. We need to codify all of that, but also share this learning with big cities, share with learning with youth, because this is not something that needs to be stuck into marginal areas. We're measuring what's the level of health, the level of fertility in youth between 18 and 25 years old, understanding that there's the gap in fertility that goes from the 30 to the 70%. So it means that in big cities we are going to extinction, whether we have people that have a brain activity and a level of health that is much higher living in these places that need to be preserved. And living heritage and food culture and gastronomy, it's for us one of the most important pillars.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting intervention. Thank you, Sarah. Now, Stefan, you have the honor to be the last. So, any...
Okay, we start to get hungry, right?
Okay.
Waiting for, well, I keep it short. Sarah, you're absolutely, okay, a few slides were missing now, unfortunately. Sarah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. There are regions where diversity still exists in the field, like in Italy. And we need to do the utmost, everybody, to make sure that this will stay alive, this diversity in the field. And I think everybody here, you together, IGCAT, you have the political weight in the regions. You have the power to contribute to keeping that alive. However, let's not be naive. In many parts of the world, this diversity in the field is shrinking, is disappearing. So there is a need for an ex situ conservation of diversity. Make sure it is conserved before it's lost forever. That is exactly what we are doing. And we all need this gene pool, even, to make sure that the most tasty tomatoes from Italy will stay resilient, in times of climate change, resistant against abiotic stresses. So there is a need to keep it all together, and that brings me to a few slides on seeds. Isn't that fascinating? All seeds. The artist tried to bring this all to the same size, same scale. Simply showing the diversity behind it. So there is a necessity to keep it alive. There are great opportunities for us as a humanity to keep it alive, and it's a great beauty behind it, and we should make sure that we keep it alive in arts, in theory, but also in practice. I think we can all benefit from that. We can all enjoy it. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefan. So I would like to thank each one of you. It was great intervention, great examples, a lot of passion. So thank you very much. And I think many participants will want to attack you as soon as you go down the stairs, and you will have the opportunity to talk during today. So thank you very much. A big round of applause to our dear speakers. Thank you.
Gracias, adiós. They love the stage, they love. Come on. Bye. Take your selfies. Thank you to all our speakers for sharing such valuable insights and forward-thinking strategies. Another selfie? Okay. Sure?
My pen.
Your pen. Plenty food for thought. Before I hand over to the last speaker this morning, I would like to remind everyone that this meeting was not open to the public. Each and every one of you are special, you know it, huh? Have been carefully selected to bring your expertise to the table. And that's exactly what we will do after lunch. The World Café is for us to collectively build a roadmap of best examples in policies and programs that could help each and every one of us in our work going forward. Now, to set the tone for those challengers, a reminder of the issues and challenges we are faced with. I'd like to invite Robert Palmer, IGCAT ambassador, to the stage to wrap up the plenary session and give a few words on food as culture's frontline. Where is? Okay, thank you. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you. Mission impossible, but thank you, everyone. You've survived 22 delicious, sumptuous speakers, and my job is really not to serve another heavy casserole. So relax. But I've been asked somehow to plate up the last 3.5-hour smorgasbord of ideas, which is a bit like trying to pour the entire ocean into a single espresso cup and still call it coffee. But here goes, ocean shot. This morning started. Diane, Christina welcomed us. Catalonia is not just a region, it's a full tasting menu. Here, food is political, poetic, and alive. And we saw it for ourselves this week in farms and foundations and wineries, all fertile grounds of excellence. Thanks, Diane, for your very strong global call to promote our food futures. You said, we can only address a broken food system by dialogue, by sharing experience and working together. Reminded in the last session by Jessica and Patrick, creating a new collective imaginary. That is quite a task. This morning, Susan Schnutken of UNESCO told us foodways are living heritage, not to be pickled and put behind glass, but to be cooked, shared, and eaten, and safeguarded. So much is now being lost to industrialization. We need to remind our kids that pasta doesn't come from a packet, labeled ready in 2 minutes. Thank you, UNESCO, for all your important initiatives, but we need to work faster. Charles, this morning, Verlabi, Catalan cuisine, combining balance and respect for nature's cycle with innovation, reinterpreting tradition, preservation and reinterpretation, the duality, an important lesson. How to reinterpret a Catalan tomato using molecular biology. Why? Wow. Martina Pujadel added a fresh garnish this morning of the importance of youth, showing us how heritage can be plated for the future. Food innovation, the redesign of new tableware, feeding hens in a different way. Beautiful, deep respect for nature. And Tony Mecenes gave us a very spicy conference broth, challenges and opportunities. Eating better, but how? Eating practically, economically, and ecologically. Recognizing the beauty of food. Seeing morality in the food we eat. Sharing our brains. These principles need to be our basic principles in moving forward. Then, that was the end of the first plenary. Food then the beginning of the first plenary. Food at the heart of culture, a generous buffet with delicacies from Acer to Ecuador, Acer from Ecuador, from Vanuatu to Tunisia. Everyone. Edith chairing this remarkable panel. Godia, the food strategy of Catalonia, a recipe for resilience. Ziba Zaria from Asir, Saudi Arabia, showing us food as a legacy dish, one you pass on to each generation. Orazio Valentini from Ecuador, Manabi, who reminded us that we need to bring people together to change the present, creating a shared vision, being brave, daring to dream, he said, daring to dream together. Botasi Mackenzie Ruhr from Vanuatu, promoting a Pacific Island food revolution through regenerating gastronomy. Lamia from Tunisia, calling for gastronomy as destination, slow-cooked, deeply layered, impossible to fake, through storytelling, immersive experience, empowering women, using food as a tool for diplomacy. And Jutmas Singh from Thailand, working with an entire regional ecosystem, building from the ground up, creating connection, using ingredients-led dialogue, protecting heroes. So ended our morning, sumptuous plenary session. Happily, we were then gifted a much needed espresso shot or two. But after, the second plenary served up even more courses. The cultural value of food shaping future policies. Patrick Torrent made wine and food tourism strategy sound tasty, a strategy grilled with bold ideas, adding romesco sauce, giving us additional spice. Ludovico, thank you for reminding us that food is a political issue where we need to change the narrative, to overcome our very problematic systemic difficulties. Patrick, political, people, power, food as a driver of dignity, as a tool of human fulfillment. Need for a coherent policy framework. Jessica highlighted the need for the importance of the food network, the recognizing the value of food identity, cultural identity as using food, the rural-urban connection and promotion. Caroline spiced things up with a talk about creative tourism, a cooking method using co-creation. Stefan brought us back to seeds, a crop diversity, the yeast of culture, the beginnings of every recipe. And finally, Sarah reminded us to go back to our roots, knowledge. Gaining knowledge, or else the next generation will believe home cooking means scanning a QR code. So we've been given a recipe, an emerging recipe this morning. Food is politics. It's sovereignty with flavor. We need enlightened policies. Food is tourism, because today's traveler wants stories, not just souvenirs. We need new narratives. Food is activism. Start with your plate before trying to save the planet, using collective imagination. Food is heritage. It's celebration. Food is community, the table where we learn to care, to belong, to imagine a better world. We need to build new food systems that honor place and protect the planet. But let's not be naive. Food is at the front line of culture. If that's the case, then the kitchen can be a kind of battlefield. On the one side, hopefully not the winning side, industrial monotony, ecological collapse, algorithms that shape behavior and manipulate desires. On the other, hopefully not the losing side, biodiversity, creativity, food literacy, food security. Every bite is a choice. Every saved seed, every celebrated recipe, every young, inspired cook, all of it adds up. Our plates are political. Our recipes are resistance. Our tables are battlegrounds. But one important issue that we must not forget, and we were reminded several times this morning, is that 10% of people on this planet go hungry every day. 30% of the world's population suffers from food insecurity. 40% of the world cannot afford a healthy diet. So as we break for lunch, let's remember the cultural menu of tomorrow cannot be written by AI algorithms or corporate multinational chains. It must be written by us boldly, generously, creatively, because food is not just fuel for survival, as many speakers reminded us this morning. It is part of what makes life worth living. Food is at the front line of culture. The front line is here. It's now. On our plates, in our choices, in our seeds, in our courage. If food is the front line of culture, then working together is the secret weapon. And the recipe is ours to write. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for highlighting all the valuable contributions in rethinking the cultural role of food we have discussed today. I also wish to thank the translators and technicians, please, for their work this morning. Get up, girls. Get up, get up, get up. Get up, get up, come on. Stand up. Stand up, everybody. Now, the second time you will love today. Lunch break. But you have 1 hour. 2 p.m. 2:30, you take your coffee and you go directly to the tables, okay? Because we will start the World Cafe. What's that? World Cafe, it's a session, very nice, starts at 2:30 p.m. Okay? I trust on you, 1 hour, guys. Come on, enjoy the meal. Apa. Enjoy.